All right, we are live yet again. It's Monday, May 11th, 2026, and we are here for another edition of The Noticing, aka the Slop Fest. Don't forget to tap that like and subscribe to the channel. Sorry for this jump scare, but Netanyahu just looks really badly. He looks like shit, and I don't mean to slander shit by equating shit with this genocidal monster. But anyway, he gave this 60 Minutes interview, and my goodness, he is not looking too good. I want to play you this little short clip and then get Lawrence Wilkerson's reaction because I think it's pretty insightful. So I'm going to play it now.
I believe it's time for the state of Israel to re-examine and possibly reset its financial relationship to the United States, meaning what the United States provides to Israel on an annual basis.
Absolutely. And I've said this to President Trump. I've said it to our own people. Their jaws dropped. But I said, look.
Well, what do you mean? What are you saying?
I want to draw down to zero the American financial support, the financial component of the military cooperation that we have. Because we receive $3.8 billion a year. And I think that it's time that we weaned ourselves from the remaining military support.
Can you give me a timetable?
I said, let's start now.
Sounds like Netanyahu's reading the writing on the wall, doesn't he?
And do it over the next decade, over the next 10 years. But I want to start now. I don't want to wait.
Do you buy it?
That's interesting. I had heard rumors to that effect. I hadn't heard that particular film clip or seen that interview. But I think what he's talking about are several things, one of which he's demonstrated by his travels over the last several years. He understands what I've been telling everyone I can speak to about is this inexorable shift of power that's moving to the east with the magnet being China, but now increasingly China, India, and Russia. BRICS is going to meet in India in September.
I thought these were the chosen people, you know? I thought they were the master race. They were smarter than all of us. But why would they put themselves in a position to where they are beholden to other powerful countries? Why would they leave themselves that vulnerable?
He's going to preside, and we're going to see a very different BRICS, I think, after that, because they've all pretty much decided to pitch in. So Netanyahu's no idiot. He's a very smart man. He's been prospecting all across.
Now, that's a good way of putting it. He's prospecting. He's going around trying to see who will be the next patrons. Where do we need to shift to get our support that we so desperately need because we can't do it on our own. Of course, I'm speaking as the Israeli state.
Across these other countries to find potential U.S. replacements because he realizes that the big daddy is not going to be the big daddy much longer with the colossal debt that we have and what Xi Jinping is going to do to deepen and exacerbate that debt and is already doing. So that's one thing. The second thing is he's sending a signal to the United States, a rather subtle signal, but nonetheless, I've known Bibi for a long time, and before him, I knew Eric Sharon. They do this sort of thing to signal their disdain for the Americans, for the United States, so that we suddenly come begging back to be their benefactor again. And then the next reason—
That's a pretty good point, right? They do it to signal their disdain. I'm trying to fix my microphone because, Martin, I see where you say it's too low. Does anybody else see or hear that it's too low?
is he's trying to needle Trump in order to keep him from ending this war. Insinuating that there actually are other people in the world that we could use to back us, even if we wanted to continue this war and you stopped it. And you know who they are, et cetera, et cetera. So he's a very smart man. He's evil, he's genocidal, he's maniacal, but he's a very smart man. That's what makes the other traits so dangerous.
Talk a little bit more about the upcoming meeting in China. What sort of a position is Trump coming into this meeting with, at least as far as it looks today? What sort of things will you be looking for as you observe from the outside?
50-50 that he does.
I tried upping the gain on my monitor here. So it might be better now. Is it better now? Yes or no? Just a Y means it's better, a N means it's not better.
Doesn't go. That's the first thing.
Oh, wow.
Second, he is going to be embarrassed severely when he meets Xi Jinping, because there's going to be no warmth, no friendship, no cooperation in his mind. He's going to be there to lecture Donald Trump. And
Okay, I turned down the desktop audio and I upped my microphone, so maybe that'll be a more even split.
Donald Trump doesn't take lecturing too well. So we could see the meeting start and then abruptly end. Nobody knows, but Xi Jinping is in the catbird seat now in terms of global power, in terms of ascending power. We're in the dark seat. We're in the seat of the empire with Darth Vader and the Sith Lord having been exposed to the world. And that's a very difficult position from which to operate. What scares me about that position is that no empire descending into the depths, if you will.
Oh my God, people are arguing outside. Just a second.
In human history that we know of, 5,000 years, has had the technological means to at least temporarily arrest that development. And what I mean by that is nuclear weapons. As long as we have nuclear weapons and we have a leadership that is going to fight this descent majorly, then we have the prospect of using nuclear weapons. We have to remember, the only country in the world that has used nuclear weapons against human beings is us.
Let's talk about Lebanon as well. I want to roll some of this clip, and people will be able to see and hear this. This is going to be F2. Courtesy of Dropsite News, they write, Israel killed 51 people in Lebanon in 24 hours on Saturday as the Israeli army continued its attacks despite the so-called ceasefire. The toll since the beginning of March has surged past 2,846 killed and 8,693 injured, according to the Ministry of Public Health just yesterday. Now,
That's fake news, Raven. I stopped seeing your mother over a year ago, okay? I dumped her.
Sound and video here is courtesy of Courtney Bonneau, who is a journalist over there and recorded this video from southern Lebanon.
She doesn't do butt stuff, so I had to let her go.
I also want to get your reaction to. This is going to be F3.
I'm reporting to you from the town of Tora. I don't know if you can hear the armed drone buzzing above our heads in the Air Force. We just heard a bombing in the distance. We're at the site now of a massacre that took place yesterday. 5 members of the same family, mostly women, were killed in an Israeli airstrike.
So Lebanon's getting the Gaza treatment.
Violence has been escalating really fast here in South Lebanon. Yesterday, the Israeli army targeted 39 towns and villages, killing more than 30 people, all civilians. Multiple forced displacement orders have been issued, including in the town where I live, since yesterday. Since midnight last night until now, I've been listening to shelling, bombing, and machine gun combing in the hills across from where I'm staying, in like the Al Mansouri and Al Bayada area. This morning came a fresh wave of displacement orders and death threats, and with that came a fresh wave of bombings and killings.
I think she seems more deflated and demoralized than bored.
Multiple people have been killed already today, and I just received a heartbreaking report of a Syrian laborer traveling by scooter with his 12-year-old daughter in Nabatea. They were targeted on the scooter. The father was killed instantly, and the little girl, who again is 12 years old, managed to run away. And when she started to run, even though she was injured, the Israeli drone targeted her again. And she's alive for now. She's critically wounded. She's currently in surgery. I will keep you updated about that as I can. To my Western followers, I really want you to think critically about the definition of terrorism, to whom it gets applied, and who does it benefit. Because where I've been sitting for the last 18 months, you know, this mass murder and mass, you know, look at this mass destruction, this ethnic cleansing of South Lebanon, you know, this looks a lot like terrorism to me.
But then again, she has an arm tattoo, so that's the sign of delinquence and degeneracy, so we can't trust her.
And so Courtney was, if you're just listening to this, standing in front of just heaps of rubble in southern Lebanon. Where do you think this goes for as Netanyahu looks at the prospects for taking some of that land.
Why do y'all keep saying Rambo? Who the fuck is Rambo?
Some more of that land, I should say. What do you think his next moves could look like?
First, let me say that I agree with every word she uttered, and much more than that, because I know people there and I know what's happening. And I know what Israel has done in the past, even in 1982 when Ariel Sharon was the defense minister and they went into Lebanon wholesalely, and only Ronald Reagan was able to tell them stop and get out, and they did. After they were told to stop, and they did, they created massacres and camps. This is Israel. I'm sorry to say it. I'm sad to say it, but this is Israel, and it's gotten far worse. They did Gaza in accordance with what you just heard her say, times 10. They still haven't defeated Hamas in Gaza. Naftali Bennett is angry with Netanyahu because he will not order the IDF into those tunnels to go after Hamas for good reason. Because
Thugbone, isn't it a little bit early in the day to be gaslighting me?
Hamas will tear them up if they go into those tunnels. And he's frustrated and he's angry and he gets mean when he's frustrated and angry. And he is the world's greatest state sponsor, individual sponsor of terrorism, period. And he's doing that now in Lebanon. He is not honored, and I used to say a day, he's not honored an hour of the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon. And he's using it now to do what he used it to do earlier with less results, but now sweeping results. He's destroying Lebanon's ability to recover. He's killing Lebanese citizens, not Hezbollah, not even remotely Hezbollah. He's killing Lebanese civilians. He's destroying their homes, home by home, bulldozer by bulldozer, bomb by bomb. He wants southern Lebanon as part of the greater Israel complex. Give him that, and he'll go on like Hitler did and take all of Lebanon. And Erdogan and Turkey knows that, so we're setting up the prospect of a real clash between Turkish forces, which are superior to the IDF, and IDF forces. So this is a disaster unfolding.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to get your reaction also to, I don't know if you saw this opinion piece in The Atlantic, but I found it quite noteworthy from Robert Kagan, who's co-founder of the Project for a New American Century, very noteworthy neocon. He's a senior fellow at Brookings. And his headline was Checkmate in Iran. Washington can't reverse or control the consequences of losing this war. I'm just going to read you the opening 2 paragraphs here. He says, it's hard to think of a time when the U.S. suffered a total defeat in a conflict, a setback so decisive that the strategic loss could be neither repaired nor ignored. The calamitous losses suffered at Pearl Harbor, the Philippines, and throughout the Western Pacific in the first months of World War II were eventually reversed. The defeats in Vietnam and Afghanistan were costly, but did not do lasting damage to America's overall position in the world because they were far from the main theaters of global competition. The initial failure in Iraq was mitigated by a shift in strategy that ultimately left Iraq relatively stable and unthreatening to its neighbors, kept the U.S. dominant in the region. Defeat in the present confrontation with Iran will be of an entirely different character. It can neither be repaired nor ignored. There will be no return to the status quo ante, no ultimate American triumph that will undo or overcome the harm done. The Strait of Hormuz will not be open as it once was. With control of the strait, Iran emerges as the key player in the region, one of the key players in the world. The roles of China and Russia as Iran's allies are strengthened, the role of the U.S. substantially diminished. Far from demonstrating American prowess, as supporters of the war have repeatedly claimed, the conflict has revealed an America that is unreliable and incapable of finishing what it started. That is going to set off a chain reaction around the world as friends and foes adjust to America's failure. I get a little nervous when I start agreeing with people like Bob Kagan, but I wonder what you make of his analysis and also the significance of someone with his worldview saying that Iran has checkmated us and that this will be a defeat like none other in history.
Well, I detest Robert Kagan. I've detested him ever since I learned of his complicity in the clean break strategy and other things like that that we got so embroiled in the George W. Bush administration first term. But in this case, I know why he's doing it. He's trying to anger those decision makers and advisors to decision makers who are thinking about ending this conflict. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to anger them so that they'll go full Monty against Iran with everything the empire has, and everything is
Interesting.
But I agree with you. He's right. And the reason it's happening is because we did this war of choice, which was stupid. And it's going to rebound pretty much in the way that he described. I think we could even be, if the Iranians are resolute, if we bomb them again, as I said, there's a good chance we'll do, and they hit their second tier of targets, we will have undoubtedly recession by June, global recession by June, and by September, October, we'll have global depression. And you know what happened after the last global depression? World War II.
Well, very frightening prospect. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We always really appreciate your analysis and your time.
World War III maxing, as the kids like to say. Let's go and switch now and take a look at the Slop feed. That is Twitter. So let's see. This is a clip of Bill Maher interviewing John Fetterman.
If there's one issue, I mean, this whole big issue of Israel, the Middle East, Islamophobia, this whole, because they're all connected. If there's one issue which makes me say to the far left, stop asking me why I make fun of the left more than I used to. This is it. This is why. Because you're morally goofy. You're ignorant. You don't know history. You don't know the present either.
You have to know history in order to support the genocide, guys. Why don't you know your history?
Morally goofy and liars.
Morally
they
goofy.
Put that whole thing out for the longest time about how Israel was starving the Palestinian people. That was.
This isn't coming from leftists. This is coming from international organizations. Human Rights Watch. This is coming from our own institutions, Bill Maher. But let's make it about leftism.
Part of the thing in Gaza, part of their.
I'm not sure why the video stopped.
Yes, people were starving because the Hamas stole
Oh, yes, that's
food.
right. This
Exactly,
Hamas
because
stole the
Hamas
food.
wants-
Has nothing to do with the blockade on Gaza, which, basically obstructed 90% of all the food that was supposed to go into Gaza, because they're not allowed to have food. They have to smuggle in their food underneath the Rafah border in a tunnel where most of the food spoils. And this is according to reports that were written back in the 90s, by the way. And they proliferated in 2010 and onward because of all of the operations that Israel committed against the Gaza Strip, these mowings of the lawn. So they forced the resistance to go underground. They forced the entire civilization to ostensibly go underground. And now they pearl clutch at the fact that they're smuggling in food. And when they do get food, they just say, well, Hamas just stole the food. Why are the Palestinians reliant on international humanitarian aid, on the goodwill and charity of other countries who are just trying to make sure that these people are fed because of this illegal Israeli blockade?
The people to die. That is, first of all, they love being martyrs. Let's just not gloss over that.
Yes, they just love to die for country. They're the only civilization in the history of civilizations that they just want to be martyrs. They want to die.
That's part of the whole religion-dominated culture.
Oh, my
Martyrdom is
goodness.
good. They have words for it. That's why they strapped bombs to children.
It's the same shit that Americans said in the Revolution against the British, that they would rather die than be a servant to a tyrant.
Okay?
So I guess we shouldn't have fought the revolution then?
Again, you're morally goofy if this is the team you want to be on. And Israel didn't starve them. First of all, no other nation on earth at war
Well,
would
you're still crying, Bill Maher? Why don't you cry harder about it?
ever be even asked to feed their enemy.
So he's just a despicable person. Let's see. Shabazz Kestenbaum says, I debated a useful idiot on radical Islam. It was horrifying. Leftists openly celebrate the rise of Islamism. Islamism. Let's watch. Regrettably.
Finish the point. So again, if it's not objectively the case, then what you need to do in order to affirm that statement is you need to point to another religious group that takes trucks to run down citizens celebrating a Christmas parade. You need to point to another
That would be Jews.
religious group that shoots up a 10-year-old child celebrating Hanukkah on the beach.
What? He's talking about the Jewish false flags in Australia? Oh my God.
In Sydney, and you need to point to another religious group that currently is beheading individuals who leave the faith. And if you can't do those things, which
So
you
here's
can't,
where the
wait, let me
logical
finish the point.
fallacy
Let me finish the point. If you can't point to another religious group that is doing that thing, then you must concede the point that it is not all Muslims, but it is radical Muslims, it is Islamists who are in fact doing that thing. And America is different. We don't want all values. We want American values. And if people don't want to
that's contradiction
subscribe,
of terms, I would say.
it's not.
I would
Let me
say
finish the
that
point.
America,
Let me finish.
but you're saying a lot of things that I have to.
But I need to clarify the point, and then you can respond.
It's a contradiction of terms. You can't say America values freedom, but only my freedom. You either have freedom for everyone or you have freedom for no one.
That is categorically not true, and I would encourage you to read the Constitution, where we do have freedom, but it is within a legal framework of certain accepted
like
norms.
religious freedom. So
Correct.
if you don't have religious freedom for everyone, you don't have religious freedom.
This guy's defending a religious apartheid state.
I guess, again, I'm trying to understand the question. What specific religious freedom have I advocated that Muslims should not have?
Okay, so answer that question directly.
You have suggested that Muslims are more dangerous.
But answer the question, though. What specific aspect of religious freedom have I said that Muslims in America should not have?
The right to be Muslim in America.
What does that mean, specifically? What does that mean, the right to be Muslim?
To identify with the similar...
It's like, but what does that mean? Like, when you say that the Palestinians have sovereignty, like, what does that mean? When you say the Lebanese have sovereignty, like, what are you trying to say?
To any religion. Religious freedom. To identify with that religion.
So if we were to replay this tape, you would hear me saying that Muslims don't have a right to identify as Muslim in America?
You said that Muslims commit a disproportionate amount of crime, and that's when I said that's false.
Okay.
We don't have evidence for that.
Okay, and what does that have to do with Muslims should not be allowed to be Muslims in America?
Because it was connected to you.
Because you're applying the framework of it's because they're Muslims. It's you're basically, you know, painting with a broad brush all of Islam.
All these, well, first of all, I think the claim needs to be assessed on its own merit.
Which we did.
So it's not fair to, and that is what I would say, it's racist to say about any specific religious group that there's not evidence that they're committing more crime, that they are committing more crime.
And I keep responding by saying objectively they are, and I keep giving examples.
But they're not.
What are your sources?
But they're not. Objectively, that's what we proved.
You can say it, but where's your evidence for this? When you make a claim, you have to supply evidence.
Okay, hold on. I'm caught up in a thing. What do you mean by racist?
Oh, and then the nice, you know, don't let them respond. Just cut the response out, and then everybody can say you made a victory. This guy got kicked out of the Groyper Club because they found out he had a girlfriend and a job. That's sad.
So here's a full montage of Nick Fuentes over the years. I am going to make a claim. I'm going to hypothesize that he's at best dog whistling and getting support from pedophiles, and at worst, a pedophile. I can also show you how he got his listeners to get arrested at January 6th and then took the coward's way out. And at the end, I'm going to theorize who's funding him and why. And I'll give a little commentary at the end, but let's get right into it.
You are a gay man who exclusively surrounds himself with other young gay men, many of whom are openly pedophiles.
Based?
Jack sent $5.
And
remember
that's
a super chatter with
based.
the name White.
I hear a lot that I don't get the joke, or that he's just joking and I don't get it and I'm misrepresenting him. So that's just a start, all right? It's constant support of pedophilia. Now let's start off with a pledge that he got his listeners to take. And before you say it's just a joke, there's something that happens when you hold up your hand and you take a pledge. And if it was just an isolated incident and not all the rest I'm about to show you, I mean, maybe it's a joke, but just wait.
That, because you took the pledge. You took the loyalty pledge. I will kill, rape, and die for Nick Fuentes. Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Okay, getting young guys to take a pledge to rape, murder, and kill, sketchy. You can't do it sarcastically. This next one, he appears to be inebriated, but now he's talking more about what he demands from his listeners, and he wants to dox hillbillies. For those of you that don't know, hillbillies are rural white Americans. And I know for a fact he actually does this and attacks people. So it's not a joke, it's not sarcasm, because it's actually true.
As long as they are soldiers, look, I don't care how gay they are. As long as they're my
We have the same mustache.
loyal
Shit.
cult members that give me money and dox hillbillies when I give the command.
So I know some people are so sick of the establishment.
I'm sick of talking about that twink. Spencer Pratt, who is running for governor of California, or no, is it mayor? I forget. Mayor of Los Angeles, not mayor of California. Shut up. Spencer Pratt, in a private DM called Anti-Semitism a mind virus, according to James Lee, accused current leaders of playing far too cute with anti-Semitic tropes, promises more LAPD presence around Chabad centers. Clearly, the guy's got his priorities in check. Says the DOJ should more aggressively prosecute anti-Semites. Let me see, did I get that right? Spencer Pratt. Yeah, he's in the 2026 LA mayoral election race. And he is a big-time Zio turd. And here are some of his DMs. Would truly like to know what you plan to do to keep Jewish people safe in LA and our Jewish children on LA campuses. He says, I've been horrified to see how the Jewish community has been vilified over the past few years. Gee, I wonder fucking why. I mean, good God, they always tell you what's happening to them, but never what they might be doing. I especially love when we accuse them of these crimes that they're committing, and they're like, oh, well, they've been saying that about us for thousands of years. Really? And that makes you look good. How? So wait, my ancestors saw the same thing? You know, all of our collective ancestry has been like, yeah, man, those Chosenites wandering in the desert, they're bad news. It makes me realize that Jesus was more based than I originally thought. Let's be honest, this is a culture problem. Again, with the culture BS, you will always see Zionists manufacturing culture war bullshit talking points to further divide people. And that's what this is about. Anti-Semitism is a legitimate mind virus and a sign of a decaying society. I mean, yeah, but not for the reasons you're saying. Let's be honest, this is a culture problem. The current leadership has played far too cute with anti-Semitic groups and tropes. That BS stops when I'm mayor. What are you talking about? The current leadership? I will never cower to social media trends or bullies. I don't care how in vogue it is, he says. I will never abandon my Jewish brothers and sisters. So that was Spencer Pratt, who is running for mayor of Los Angeles. The more you know. This is a kind of a crazy clip. Randy Fine says, I support ending all aid to Israel. Of course, we just heard Netanyahu saying this. It sort of looks like Randy Fine's reading the tea leaves. they're noticing the writing on the wall, as I said. Dan Bilzerian announces he's running against Randy Fine. Randy Fine then calls to end all aid to Israel. You see how this works?
Netanyahu this weekend said that the American foreign aid to Israel should be carved down to zero.
Sorry, the audio is just like really low for this clip, okay?
Bro, do you agree with that?
I do. I think there's two.
I do.
Number one, look, I want us to spend less money in general. It's $3.8 billion a year. It's a fraction of what we gave to fake Somali daycares, but it's still $3.8 billion. And the number one issue I worry about is the American debt and deficit. And every billion we can save helps us with that problem. I think the second thing
It's weird, right? Because the messaging for all of this throughout this genocide has been, well, we got to double down and give more money to Israel, of course. That's the answer. And now they're suddenly the midterms are starting, reaching a fever pitch in the United States, and suddenly the rhetoric is changing.
It eliminates this political argument that somehow we're wasting. We spend $7 trillion a year, but somehow this $3.8 billion to Israel is the.
I know you can't hear, but look, I have it turned all the way up. It's not like this for every clip, okay? Clearly that's okay. Right? It's just this clip is just low audio. The audio and the video isn't synced either. The live chat is not happening? Is it not really? That's fake news. That is fake news. Let me call you out on your bullshit right now. Let me see. I'm going to listen to my stream, okay? You ready? I'm going to listen to my stream, okay? You ready? You're right, it is a little off. I'm going to listen to my stream, okay? You ready? You're right, it is a little off. Huh. Is it too much distracting? Yeah, I know about the echo. It's because I put the stream on. Okay. 80 punk sounds? What are you talking about? Does my voice not sound okay? And then people are like, "Oh, everything's good," and then other ones are just whatever. Thug Bone. I'm trying to think on the fly here, okay? Fucking grammar Nazi. Look, I'm just gonna sit back and have my coffee. Y'all keep playing with me like that. I'll just start screaming at you. If that's what I got to do, that is what I'll do. Hey, can you check my audio on the stream? So PNN endorses Jose Vega for Congress in the Bronx, Dan Bilzerian for Congress in Florida, Anthony Aguilar for Congress in North Carolina, Brian McGinnis for Senate in North Carolina, Abdul Al-Sayed for Congress in Michigan, Butch Ware for Governor of California, William Pounds for Governor of Arizona, Graham Plattner for Senate in Maine, Bernard Taylor for Congress in South Carolina, and James Fishback for Florida Governor. That's an all-star lineup I can get behind. Okay, well, Accord Lord, you have been telling me that my audio is shitty, and now you're saying it's fine. And I don't appreciate this duplicitous behavior from you, okay? quit acting like a bitch and I won't treat you like a bitch. All right, so here is Kyle Kulinski giving us a masterclass in liberal apologia. And, you know, I appreciate Kyle Kulinski's takes some of the time, but this, I can't get behind this one.
Like, people like Tucker Carlson and people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're not going to come out and support the furthest left-flank Democrat running in the Democratic primary. That's not going to happen. They're going to back J.D. Vance.
It's my mic that's a little low? That's so whack. All right, let's see. What if we took off the auto gain? I can turn myself up a little bit more. I don't give a fuck. All right. Okay, so here he is. They're trying to equivocate between, I don't know if that's the right word, AOC and MTG. And he says, if you're talking more positively about Marjorie Taylor Greene than AOC, you've lost the plot. AOC votes how you would want her to vote way more often than MTG does. You can give MTG more credit, but then you're just a fucking useful idiot for MAGA fascists, apparently. Because we have to, you know, always pearl clutch at one half of the corporate duopoly, right? Without recognizing the basic concept of the framework of the ratchet effect. All right, I'll play the clip. Shut up.
Or they're going to run on in their own respect, and mixed in with their flavor of, you know, anti-war politics is also going to be like fucking white nationalism, right? Is also going to be like, let's continue to strip black voters of all of their rights. Is also going to be with, you know, they're going to be wrong on like 90% of shit. So there's no reason to overly hype up when they happen to be correct about something in the sense that you welcome them into the tent. You can use what they're saying for divide and conquer.
We're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, who resigned in protest over the Trump administration and its support of Israel. You know, she's lost her position. You know, she's got some foreskin in the game at this point. And I'll play a little bit longer.
But you don't like say, hey, welcome to the movement, and now we're going to have you at the fucking front of the line. Nah, fuck that, bitch. You get to the back of the line where you belong, because if you couldn't catch on to the fact that Trump was this demonic, evil, warmongering, Epstein-class serving force until like 7 minutes ago, sorry, I don't really trust your judgment all that much.
Well, I don't trust your judgment if you're trying to sheepdog us back into the Democrat Party, which is the same exact material policies that they implement, which are no different from the Republican Party. They both have supported this genocide. There's really no material difference. And you can, you know, what my analysis is based in is stepping outside of this basic framework of the corporate duopoly. We're trying to recognize that parliamentary politics is a spectator sport in America. The Republicans and the Democrats are both bought by the business uniparty, which is owned by Zionists. And it's a manufactured theatrical play. It's a spectacle. They play different roles. You know, Democrats, you know, rhetorically say the right things. They dress it up in language that sounds pleasing to the liberal voters that don't need to think too much about it. But when it comes to meaningful policy decisions, they're there to allow the slide further to the right, if you will. That's their role. That's the basic design that we have in the political establishment in the United States. So we're stepping out and saying, you know, the fact that AOC might vote a certain way, or you know, sometimes she looks like she's better than MTG on social issues. It's like that is by design. They're trying to induce consent among the populace to have us pretend like democracy is being strived for, like it's being fought for, because there's this really lively debate happening between two parties, but it's all in strategy. It's all part of the same strategy to produce the same goal. And I don't understand how people can still defend the Democrats at this point. It just makes no sense to me.
You know what I'm saying? So,
And also just take a step back and realize that this is where liberals are at right now. They're trying to convince the voter base, no. Stop believing your lying eyes and ears. MTG is far worse than AOC. It's even the fact that they're having to defend the distinction between someone like AOC and MTG lets you know how far we've come and how impotent the Democrat Party is. But they're really not impotent, you know? It's just they play that role of pretending impotence, feigning moral outrage. But like I said, when it comes to actually making meaningful policy decisions, they're lockstep with the Republicans. You know, Israel is a bipartisan issue. Both Democrats and Republicans have supported the funding of Israel's genocide.
Anyway, there you have it. And I would implore people to not do the incredibly low IQ, dumb person thing.
See, it's like you're just insulting most people in the United States who have an unfavorable view of the Democrat and Republican Party. You're just calling them low IQ anti-Semites or low IQ, people. It's incredibly condescending, and it just reveals your bias here.
If you are talking more positively about Marjorie Taylor Greene than you are about AOC, you just lost the plot. Because AOC, if you actually break it down mathematically, statistically, she votes how you would want her to vote way more often of the time than MTG.
Yes, you're acknowledging one half of the corporate duopoly's role. You're acknowledging that the Democrats, play that role of being, harm reductionists. They're the LGBT branch of imperialism.
He does, right? And you agree with her on way more of the things than you agree with MTG on if you're on the left. And so...
But again, if you're trying to, frame this as left versus right, you've lost the plot. That is the PSYOP.
You can give Marjorie Taylor Greene more credit and support her more, but then you're just a fucking useful idiot for MAGA fascists and warmongers. So...
Warmongers? What are you talking about, Kyle? The Democrats and the Republicans both support all of the same wars. They support Ukraine. They support Israel.
Sort of undermining a left-wing project, whether or not you realize it.
I just think that's really dumb, and it's incredibly insulting, especially when you come, put into context. According to a new Oxfam report released just this month, Americans continue to view both the Republican and Democratic parties negatively. The American public's view of the two major political parties are more unfavorable than favorable. So he's just calling out the entire voting base in the United States, with a substantial share expressing negative view of both parties. 58% of U.S. adults have an unfavorable view of the Republican Party. A nearly identical share, 59%, have an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. Favorable views of the Democratic Party have ticked up from a low of 36% in August 2025. Yeah, because, they're... who's in office right now? It's like when the Republicans are in office, it's like... then the Democrats get some more support. When the Democrats are in office, then the Republicans get some more support. It's one big ping pong game. Back and forth we go. Utter insanity. But we still got to, quantify. Oh, but there's a slight difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. That's by design. That's why they are there. That's the institutional role that they serve. You're just playing your part into it. You're just... saying, yes, I'm the mark in the game, and I fell for it. Fell for it again award. While there have been relatively modest fluctuations in these overall ratings over the last several years, the share of the public holding unfavorable views of both parties is higher than it was several years ago. It stands at 26% today versus 21% in 2020. Overwhelming majorities of partisans, those who identify as Republicans or Democrats, view their own party positively. About 9 in 10 Republican identifiers, 89%, 84% of Democratic identifiers hold a favorable view of their own party. However, leaners continue to diverge from partisans in that they are far less likely to hold favorable views of the party they align with. About half of Democratic-leaning independents and 54% of Republican-leaning independents have a favorable view of their party. And so here's a little infographics you can see. So, I mean, once again, it's like we all understand the ratchet effect. Now, I would think that Kyle Kulinski understands the ratchet effect. The Democrats block movement back to the left. They campaign on the moral outrage of the Republican policies, and then when they get to into the office, there's the rotating villain. There's some reason. There's always a new reason, always a new excuse of why they can't fulfill their campaign promises. And they enable Trump 2.0. That's exactly what has happened. It's because of our support of AOC. It's because we bad apple certain politicians in this or that party that the system is able to continue unabated. And at least your favorite guy gets it. He says, AOC played y'all. AOC is upset that MTG gets praised for burning her career to oppose the U.S.-backed genocide of Palestinians because it makes her look spineless by comparison, which she is. Let's take a look.
Wait, AOC refused to team up with Marjorie Taylor Greene to sanction Israel because of identity politics. But when it comes time to sanction China, she's more than willing to team up with Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton. Oh, you've been played, guys. AOC refuses to lead. She does not want to take us any further. No progress is going to come from her. You hear me? Got it. Wait, AOC refused to team up with Marjorie Taylor Greene to sanction.
So people have shared this picture of Tyler Oliveira, who was doing these documentaries about certain Jewish sects in SECTS, not SEX, certain Jewish enclaves in New Jersey and New York, sort of exposing how they're basically tax havens, and they get all this free shit, like free education, and I don't know if it's like free healthcare, free housing, but it's all subsidized. And he had planned to go to Israel, and there's a picture of him on a flight, and I mean, apparently he was on a flight to Israel, and people are like, oh, you see, he's going to kiss the wall. Well, apparently he was actually just trying to do a documentary like he was in New York and New Jersey in Israel, but Israel has banned his presence. And there's a Nick Fuentes clip of him mocking one of his followers for getting married and having daughters. And Ian says, who hurt this poor kid?
Nick, you're the man. Turning 28 on August 5th, married with 3 white girls. That's the dream, lol. But that girl dad right as a message to was gay. Been listening for almost 2 months. You've opened my eyes to many things. Mainly Israel. Trump has been super weak, especially at the RNC. Just some thoughts from the last couple months. God bless, brother. Thank you.
That's the dream? That's like the worst dream ever. Best dream ever? Second best dream ever? Sex dream. Third best dream? Lightsaber. Fourth best dream? Sex dream. Like, living the dream, 3 daughters. What dream? You're the gayest guy ever. You're gayer than gay guys.
You mean gayer than Nick? Gayer than you? He loves talking about gay guys. You notice that? Trump is falling asleep in the Oval Office again.
So TrumpRx has brought a lot of the prices of medications down. For me personally, Gonal F has been one of the main medicines that people use for egg retrievals, and that I cannot find it anywhere on any other website or for cheaper. So thank you so much to you guys for doing all the work. We really appreciate pharmaceutical cost. So TrumpRx has brought a lot of the prices of medications down. For me.
Okay, sleeping through the Oval Office meetings, but it's another day ending in Y, of course. Let's see, Palestinian flag holder mad as fuck in the back. He noticed my baseball jersey has more history than the flag he's holding. Look at this guy. I said, nice fit, Dookie Fresh. Let's see, this is from Gideon Sar. Israel firmly rejects the decision to impose sanctions on Israeli citizens and organizations the European Union has chosen in an arbitrary and political manner to impose sanctions on Israeli citizens and entities because of their political views and without any basis. Equally outrageous is the unacceptable comparison the European Union has chosen to make between Israeli citizens and Hamas terrorists. This is a completely distorted moral equivalence. Projection much? Israel has stood, stands, and will continue to stand for the right of Jews to settle in the heart of our homeland. No other people in the world has such a documented and long-standing right to its land as the Jews have to the land of Israel. This is a moral and historical fight that has also been recognized by the law of nations. And no actor can take it away from the Jews. The attempt to impose political views through sanctions is unacceptable and will not succeed. But will you cry? But will you... I can't type. Will you cry about it? Let's see what Caitlin John... This is a mouthful, but let's see if we can get through this. Caitlin Johnstone writes, in a fawning softball 60 Minutes interview released Sunday, Benjamin Netanyahu stressed the importance of winning the propaganda war on social media. This comes as Israel moves to quadruple its propaganda budget to $730 million a year. Netanyahu attributes the reputational harm to Israel almost entirely to social media, which he calls the eighth front of the war. Said Major Garrett, which apparently is a real name belonging to a real guy who works for 60 Minutes. This is yours, right? Asked Netanyahu, picking up Garrett's phone. You're not immune either, he says, because you can penetrate this machine, you can penetrate this little instrument, and you can say about Major Garrett anything you want, and I can paint you as a monster. And if I say it often enough, people will believe it. Thank you, Netanyahu. Yes, we know you lie as you breathe. He says, we have seen the deterioration of the support for Israel in the U.S. almost, I would say it correlates almost 100% with the geometric rise of social media. Didn't we say this? I said Israel won't survive the internet age, just like Jeffrey Epstein. They won't survive the iPhones. The live stream will, the genocide will be live streamed, right? He adds, we have several countries that basically manipulated social media, and they do it in a clever way, and that's something that has hurt us badly, yeah. It's so clever the way that I, decided to make a TikTok page and start speaking the truth. I was like, how can I get the Goyim to rise up? Israel is besieged on the media front, he says, on the propaganda front, and we've not done well on the propaganda war. No shit. Netanyahu has been repeatedly stressing the need for more aggressive propaganda manipulation as public opinion of Israel plummets worldwide like music to my ears, folks. Yeah, I don't know, geometric rate, geometric rise. I think it just means exponential. I think he's just sore about losing so badly. Netanyahu has been repeatedly stressing the need for more aggressive propaganda manipulation as public opinion of Israel plummets worldwide. Earlier this year, he told The Economist that I'd like to do everything I can to fight the propaganda war waged against us, complaining that we've been using cavalry against F-35s because they've flooded the social networks with the fake bots and many other things. But then he's also bragging about how he controls, Apple. And, we know the Mossad has all this spyware front-loaded on all of our gadgets and are listening to our every move and have employed a whole army of Zionist bots to do their bidding. But go off, I guess. Despite having the entire Western political media class bending over backwards to protect Israel's image, Netanyahu consistently frames his country's struggle for narrative control as a brave little David figure, standing up against the colossal Goliath of anti-Zionist social media users. Last year, the Israeli leader claimed that Israel is losing the propaganda war because There are vast forces arrayed against us. Denouncing the algorithms of the social network that are driving a lot of everything else. In a meeting with American social media influencers last year, the Prime Minister spoke of how vital the forced sale of TikTok has been for Israeli information interests and said that Elon Musk could help facilitate Israeli PR on the X platform as well. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers, he said. We have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged, and the most important ones are on social media. Of course, the possibility of Israel improving its public image by simply murdering fewer people and doing fewer evil things is never even considered. It's never considered that maybe they could just stop. It's taken as a given that shoving pro-Israel messaging down everyone's throat is the only way to sway public opinion in a positive direction. It is under this framing that Israel has again massively increased its propaganda budget for the year after having massively increased it from what it was the year before. The Jerusalem Post reports the following. Israel is betting nearly $750 million that it can talk its way out of a reputation crisis. Lawmakers in Jerusalem approved a 26 national budget last month that includes roughly $730 million for public diplomacy, the broad category known in Hebrew as Hasbara. More than 4 times the $150 million they allocated the year before. That earlier sum was itself about 20 times what Israel had spent on such efforts before the war in Gaza broke out in 23. The unprecedented expenditure comes as survey after survey shows declining support for Israel in the U.S., its most important ally. A Pew Research Center poll, which is the same organization that I just cited in that clip of Kyle Kulinski, released earlier this month, found 60% of Americans now view Israel unfavorably, up 7 points in a single year, with only 37% viewing it favorably. The Goyim just don't understand. They don't get what the Jews have been through. So you know how you're already seeing an insane amount of pro-Israel propaganda and running into aggressive Zionist trolls online? You can expect that to get a whole lot worse. Narrative manipulation has served Israel well over the years. But there's a limit to how much propaganda can accomplish. If I walked up to you and spat in your face, there's no amount of verbiage I could throw at you to convince you I'm actually a nice person. There's only so much carnage people can watch on their phones before you can no longer convince them it's not what it looks like. The propaganda has already hit a point of diminishing returns, and soon it's going to start having a reverse effect. People are going to start hating Israel for all the evil things it's been doing. Well, I think that's already started, actually. And then hating it even more for all its in-your-face perception management operations to manipulate their thoughts and feelings. At some point, the Hasbaristas are themselves going to inadvertently become anti-Zionist propaganda agents. Just let them talk, right? Just because they make Israel look so creepy with the way they're always trying to stick their rapey fingers into everyone's mind. That's kind of funny because I always think about Ariel Sharon's quote when he was talking about how humiliated the Israelis were for having to vacate the Gaza Strip in 1957 because of Dwight D. Eisenhower's threatened sanctions. And he said, once we get back into Gaza, as soon as it's diplomatically feasible, we're going to get our Jewish fingers into the Gaza Strip. And what he meant by Jewish fingers, he meant each finger was a settlement, and the fingers were supposed to break up national unity. So he specifically said, we're going to get our Jewish fingers, and there's going to be a settlement between, you know, and he listed all these Gaza towns like Deir el-Balah, Rafah, you know, Gaza City, of course. What's the other ones? There's a few others I'm blanking on, but he mentioned them all, and he said we're going to have a settlement in between all of them. And obviously that's a way to fracture the territorial integrity of Palestine. And that's what they do. They very R-A-P-E-Y. The truth can only be concealed and distorted for so long. Here's some more clips of Netanyahu with his 60 Minutes interview. He looks like death. I really, you know, we didn't see the full clip of Larry Wilkerson, but in this interview, he talks about how Netanyahu is basically dying before our very eyes, and he might not be alive at the end of the year. I mean, we know he had we know he has prostate cancer. Who knows how bad it is? He made a statement about it, minimizing, its impact. He said he's got it all sorted out, but that's seems very suspect. And then we see him looking all decayed and decrepit in this interview. I mean, you put two and two together, it's not looking good for him. So he says Israel lost the information war. He says Israel is besieged on the media front and the propaganda front, and that they failed hard in the propaganda war. You can't spin a genocide or apartheid. It's crazy that they even try.
Netanyahu attributes the reputational harm to Israel almost entirely to social media, which he calls the eighth front of the war.
It's this is yours, right? You're not immune either, because you can penetrate this machine. You can penetrate this.
He always holds up an iPhone and say, if you have an iPhone, you have a piece of Israel. And then he's talking about how this phone can be penetrated. Yeah, by Israel. He's trying to say that it's, the Islamicists that are able to, hack into people's phones, but that's all projection.
This little instrument, and you can say about Major.
I don't know how to turn the clips up because this is as far as they'll go.
Major Garrett, anything you want, and I can paint you as a monster. And if I say it often enough people will believe it.
Enough people. He sounds like a devil.
Do you believe Israel is at risk of losing this war on that social media front? And this is particularly, I believe, important in America for younger Americans, Republican and Democrat, scrolling through images, and they would use words like barbaric in Gaza and in Lebanon.
Israel has gone to unbelievable lengths to get innocent civilians out of harm's way. We text message millions of text messages to them.
We send text messages to them. First of all, sending a text message saying, you have 15 minutes to vacate your neighborhood before it gets bombed is in and of itself a war crime. I mean, people, fleeing for fear of violence, even just sending the text message and then not even bombing the neighborhood is still a war crime. It's like when Donald Trump sent that tweet and he called out the people of Tehran. He was like, everyone in Tehran needs to evacuate right now. And people did. Well, that itself, people fleeing for fear of violence because of another country's actions is in and of itself a war crime. So the fact that you're sending text messages, it doesn't, invalidate the charge of the crime against humanity that you committed.
Make millions of phone calls to them, pamphlets, leaflets, you name it, okay? We have seen the deterioration of the support for Israel in the United States almost, I would say it correlates almost 100%.
It's like the equivalent of like, what if I called up somebody and said, hey, I'm going to, XYZ, I'm not going to say it, but you can fill in the blank of what Netanyahu is doing. And then after I did it, I was like, well, I gave them a warning. Well, you're still guilty of murder.
With the geometric rise of social media. And that by itself is not what caused it. And I don't believe in censoring them or anything, but I'll tell you what happened. We have several countries that basically manipulated social media, and they do it in a clever way.
And what countries could you possibly be talking about?
And that's something that has hurt us.
It's Qatar, right?
Badly.
Is it your belief, Mr. President?
It's the Qatari industrial complex.
Minister, that nothing that Israel has done, tactically or strategically, has made no...
Yeah, he already looks like he's been embalmed, exactly.
No mistakes, either in Gaza or the West Bank, that have, in their own way, contributed to this negative impression of Israel, whether it's on social media or someplace else?
No, of course. Look, it's war. And in war, armies sometimes miss, and civilians die. And these are mistakes.
The IDF doesn't fight armies. The IDF fights children.
These are not deliberate things that happen. Israel is besieged on the media.
Hundreds of thousands of civilians have been murdered. And he's like, well, it's just war.
Front, on the propaganda front. And we've not done well on the propaganda war.
Oh, yeah. Cry about it, Nosferatu. This is my favorite picture. It is the photo of the year. Although I don't know if it is actually AI because look at this truck. It does not look like a real truck or car. But it is being promoted as a picture of an IDF soldier about to get his butt slammed with a Lebanese drone. And he is very, very terrified. This is how they look when they go up against real armies, by the way.
Netanyahu attributes the reputational harm.
They say it's fake, but there is also videos that see. I knew people were going to say, "Well, this is fake," and it might be a fake picture, okay? But this video is real. So I think somebody maybe took some liberty, but that actually happened. You see, because it gets closer and then shwabwam. You see that? This is real. And that is real. However, I think you might be right that the picture itself was AI, but the thing actually did happen. So that's interesting. Well, if inbreeding had an anthem, it would sound like this. Oh, yeah. No, the answer is no, actually. The answer to your question, although, what does that mouth do? Look at that. She's got a camel toe on her chin. That is nice. And who says Israelis don't have culture? All right, I'm sorry to subject you to this, but there's lots of clips of this 60-minute interview. Hopefully it's not repetitive. It says Netanyahu, we're winning on 7 battlefronts but completely lost. Yeah, so it's the same shit. We don't have to watch it. It says our genocide and war crimes are going great. Our PR is not. Gen Z isn't buying what we're selling. Exactly. Here's a report out of the Florida Everglades. There's a massive fire happening right now in the Florida Everglades, stretching all the way from Broward County to Monroe County. Fire is only 20% contained, and notice how it is burning in a perfectly straight line. I don't know, guys. Looks pretty Jewish to me. In 3 months, there's just going to be a whole thing of settlements. I'm sure. That's crazy. Fires don't do that. They don't burn in a controlled, like, line. That seems really suspicious. That's crazy. Hey, Reza, thank you for gifting a subscription. I can't speak. Thank you for the subscription to the community. That's very based of you. All right, so Florida's on fire. Did you hear that my hometown, New Orleans, the city that produced me, there's a new report, I think, from Tulane University in New Orleans that contends that New Orleans won't survive this century. New Orleans is going to be going underwater. Reza, thank you so much for another subscription to the community. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Don't forget to tap the like, of course. Every bit helps. But yeah, they say that the damage has been done. Of course, I grew up in New Orleans. I've been hearing it all my life. South Louisiana is it's got a death sentence. You know, the erosion of the coastline. It apparently is the most vulnerable coastline in all of the world is Louisiana. And they say that in the coming decades, it's going to go underwater. And there's really, we're past the point of no return. And they've actually recommended that citizens in the great city of New Orleans be evacuated. There should be some sort of plans put in place. Thank you, Reza. And now you've subscribed as well. Very, very good. This is what we like to see. You're jumping on the choo-choo train, and we're riding it all the way to the Goy station. Have I ever been down to the bayou? Motherfucker, I am the bayou. Thugbone. Course. Of course. It's anti-oceanic, you might say. You might say so. But not for long. You know, soon it's going to be part of the ocean. It's really sad, you know. It's my whole life. It's just going to go underwater. That's crazy. In my feeble mind, as I, you know, was growing up, I always thought, well, maybe technology will advance. We'll be able to save New Orleans, because this isn't exactly a new story. But I thought, I still held out hope for, you know, human ingenuity. Like, maybe we could just airlift the whole city out of Louisiana and just preserve it somewhere in the mountains. Because it's just such a precious place, you know? So much history. But it seems to not be the case. All right, so Tinder in Israel is many things. Look at this. Would you? I'd smash. Adam says it's okay to say Gazans when talking about someone from Gaza, in my opinion. Wow, Reza, now you're up in the ante with 5 gifted memberships on the Twitch channel. Thank you so much. I been trying to grow this Twitch channel. I tell you, it's tough. YouTube has been a lot more kind to me, so I appreciate the support. And I want to say thank you to the supers this evening on YouTube. Thank you to Phoenix Blue. Hey guys, what did I miss besides you all? Over the weekend, did everybody see the giant golden ass statue? Are you talking about the one in Mar-a-Lago? Because the one of Donald Trump? Because yes, we have seen that. And it is glorious. It's perhaps the best, most stupendous statue that has ever been statued in the history of statues. Nainiti what, I can't say that. He was in Laguna Beach, then had those hummingbird videos during COVID. Also, anybody remembers, you know what you did? I feel like that was from earlier. I must have missed the context. I'm so sorry. Kier, thank you so much. It's like the Midas Touch network. It only ever hates on Trump, and that's okay, but then it promotes Democrat talking points and NATO and Ukraine. Yes. Yes, exactly. I think you were referring to that Kyle Kulinski clip. Lots of liberal shills out there trying to sheepdog us back into the Democratic Party, but we're too wise for that, okay? We understand the systemic issues. The whole system is rotten. And, you know, AOC's at the center of it. So when talking about the entire state people, you obviously say Palestinians. AOCIA does not. She doesn't say Israel and Palestine. She says Israel and Gazans. And that is the tell. It's a very good point. This is the same thing that Israel does. They always refer to Palestinians as just Gazans because if, you know, you can break, they literally broke up the national unity. Reza, you're just crushing it right now. You're making me feel all sorts of special. I have, let me see. Yep, my nipples are hard. I'm very excited. Thank you so much. But, you know, my point was that they've materially broken up the national unity of Palestine by obviously separating the territories, cutting into the middle of Palestine to separate the West Bank from Gaza, and that was by design. They wanted to have different administrative bodies governing the Gaza Strip and the West Bank because they didn't want these two parts of the territory, you know, communicating with each other. Think about that. The Palestinians don't have freedom of movement in their own country. They can't move from the Gaza Strip to the West Bank without potentially being murdered. And, think about we have a West Bank in New Orleans. There's the West Bank of the river. Think about if, as a New Orleanian, if you couldn't go cross the river to the other side of New Orleans without, some sort of checkpoint or something where you had to go through the military, It's the same thing that's happened to Palestine. And so they do that with their policies, and then, machine politicians, careerists like AOC, they gobble that up, and whatever the framing of that Israel presents for this conflict, they use the same terminology. So it's Israel and Gaza. It's not Israel and Palestine.
I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues.
My goodness, Reza, you are putting everyone else to shame. Everybody, please clap for Reza. I said clap. Thank you. That's right. Reza's doing the Lord's work here on the stream. That's awesome. Oh, that's okay. Simmer down, chatter. That's enough. Okay.
That's right. It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what
a proven bigot, and she used the fucking word of the decade. Anti-Semite. Yes, let's manufacture consent for the problem of anti-Semitism, which is very real in our society. And it's, who's to blame for the rise of anti-Semitism? It's not Netanyahu. It's not the Israeli government. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
is good for Gazans and Israelis. I know.
See, there she said it, Gazans and Israelis, because Gaza doesn't have its own country. It's just this little enclave that's not sovereign. That's all that is. And we now have a hype train. Good God, choo-choo, baby. Let's go. We're going all the way to the station. I'm excited. Thank you guys for making me feel special. Dare I say chosen?
I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align.
People that say, well, I don't think that it benefits your movement are not part of your movement. Fitzy, thank you for 29 months. You've been here supporting me for years, to over 2 years. Look at that. Everybody, please clap for Fitzy. That's amazing. And Reza with another gifted. That's awesome. I feel, thank you. Shout out to Fitz and Reza. Excuse me, that's incredible.
The left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at
this bitch endorsed Joe Biden, genocide and Biden for president.
Context, the place, the results, the
Shut up with your fucking fake moral equivalence.
outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go.
Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't even a serving member of Congress anymore.
But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are
and your outcomes are terrible.
some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment.
Israel was bipartisan.
There's bipartisan consensus on
So we need pro-establishment?
keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
isn't, who will decide when it is?
Let's see, this looks like another clip of Netanyahu, who wants U.S. troops to storm in and physically take Iran's uranium. This is after he claimed they destroyed Iran's program. Only he decides when it ends. He's not asking for diplomacy. He's volunteering American blood to finish what Israel started.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled.
I feel like the dead Palestinian children are haunting him and gave him cancer.
There's still proxies that Iran supports. Their ballistic
That's just something that I would like to believe.
missiles that they still want to produce. Now, we've degraded a lot of it, but all of that is still there.
That's not true. Donald Trump told us they obliterated it.
And there's work to be done.
How do you envision
Now you're saying they just degraded it? What's the deal?
the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what?
He sounds so weak. Did you see that? It looks like this is his last breath.
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel? Special
Wow.
forces
This guy is not doing well.
United States?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there. And I think it can be done physically. That's not the problem. If you have an agreement and you go in and you take it out, why not? That's the best way.
What if there isn't an agreement? Can it be taken out by force?
Well, you're going to ask me these questions. I'm going to dodge them because I'm not going to talk about our military possibilities, plans, or anything of the kind.
And I'm just trying to get at how long is it going to take to achieve that aim?
I'm not going to give a timetable to it, but I'm going to say that's a terrifically important mission.
This whole family is just fucking weird. This is a shot of Barron Trump sitting on Mama Melania's lap, taking a picture. It's really weird, don't you think? This will never not be the most bizarro mother-son pic I've ever seen. What do you notice in the painting behind this Jewish influencer? Y'all see that? Looks like they're burning crosses. The face the IDF makes just before a Lebanese drone hits them. Oh, shit. But I was just bulldozing. This is just my job. That's Javier Milei's sister, by the way. See, new Lego video.
I was 16, working at the door. She said, come with me, you'll have more.
Oh my God.
Private planes and islands, sun. I didn't know what had begun.
So this is a song written from the perspective of a victim of Jeffrey Epstein.
My picture made me smile, prints in the hallway denial. Sign the paper, take the pay. Now I'm 38, can't say. One little girl, they wrote my song, but my voice, now I'm gone. Check the records, it's all there, but silence is the price I bear. I told the truth and I disappeared. Millions in the bank, but I'm not free. One little girl, they wrote my song.
Okay, you get the idea. This guy says he's putting this thing on before applying for a loan, and look what it is. It's a big nose prosthetic. Why would he say that, though? Why would having a prosthetic big nose help him with a bank loan? If you're feeling nosy on Halloween, the big nose prosthetic will be a perfect addition to your costume. An oversized latex nose will make any Halloween costume look ridiculous. You can use this prosthetic nose to accentuate your witch costume, man costume, or any other costume idea. Comes with a complimentary tiny hat. Everybody will be laughing hysterically when you accessorize your costume with this fake schnoz. Shirt and chain not included. Tiny hat not included either, actually. All right. So there's just some of the... Wait, actually, is there something else I wanted to talk about here? Let's see. Ticks are essentially Jewish. Yeah, this is what they look like. Oh my goodness. Here's a despicable clip of an Israeli blocking an ambulance that's headed towards some victim of an Israeli attack. It says, every day we are presented with more evidence of the barbarity and cruelty of Israel. The latest act of cruelty happened in the West Bank, where an Israeli settler intentionally and deliberately blocked the path of a Palestinian ambulance transporting a critically ill patient. Just complete sadists. One of the silliest contradictions in the Zionist narrative is that it is simultaneously A, anti-Semitic to criticize Israel, and B, anti-Semitic to conflate Israel with all Jews. Zionists will officially claim that it is possible to criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic, but that's not actually their position in practice. It's a good point, Caitlin Johnstone. We know this because there is not a single vocal and forceful critic of Israel who isn't regularly accused of anti-Semitism by Zionists. Not one. They might let you get away with a rare, timid critique of individual Israeli officials, but consistently and vocally criticizing the apartheid state of Israel itself and your own government's alliances with it is strictly forbidden. When you consistently slam literally all of Israel's critics as anti-Semitites, you are communicating that all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, and that Israel therefore represents all jazz. You are therefore necessarily doing the very thing you decry as anti-Semitism.
Irony, Crystal, is that under these new hate speech laws that the Trump administration forced our leading universities to accept, this IHRA expanded definition of anti-Semitism, one of the new definitions of anti-Semitism is you can't conflate Israel and Jewish people. So if Israel does something, you can't say, oh, look, the Jews are committing genocide. That is actually anti-Semitic to attribute to all Jews what the state of Israel, the government of Israel do. And yet they do this all the time. This is the whole foundation for what they're doing, is to say, if you criticize Israel, it means you're criticizing, quote unquote, the Jews. They're the ones constantly conflating it because that's a prerequisite for being able to characterize Israel criticism and anti-Israel activism as anti-Semitism. So they punish it when it's done by their adversaries or their enemies, and then they turn around and embrace exactly that formulation when it's in their interest to do so. But you know,
That's very eloquently put.
The firing, because we
well, you should ask that of the Iranians. Don't ask me. We didn't fire. They fired on us. My point is, if you fired a U.S. Navy ship...
What are you talking about? We started a war against Iran.
Well, yes, but the point is, if there's not much seizing in the firing, because we
well, you should ask that of the Iranians. Don't ask me. We didn't fire. They fired on us. My point is, if you fired a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire. We're not going to shoot down your drone.
Why the fuck are Navy ships, patrolling the Iranian coastline? Dildo?
Stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do.
Why were they shooting at you? Oh, that's right, because we've been bombing their country.
Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country.
Do you expect that there, or have you conveyed any red lines?
We are not a stupid country, I'm telling you.
To Iran, where if the ceasefire or whatever you call it, if they cross.
Bro, the red
certain
line is
red
clear.
lines-
They threaten Americans, they're going to get blown up. I mean, that's how much clearer can you be than that? If you are a missile launching guy, whatever they call.
You are a missile launching guy. That's the correct verbiage, I'm pretty sure.
That job, and you're sitting there, and you fire a missile at the United States, and we saw you fire it, we're going to hit you. Of course we are. Who doesn't do that? Unless you want to get your ship sunk. I mean, we're not going to
Who starts a war by bombing an elementary school?
let our ships get sunk by the Iranians with their little, their drones that they're firing. They don't have a navy anymore.
It's so Jewish, right? He's crying about what's happening to him, but never talking about what he's doing.
But they bring out these little Boston whaler fishing boats and they try to swarm you. We're going to blow those boats up if they're coming towards our boats. I don't know if that's a red line, but I hope they know it is by now. So if I were one of these Iranians on a fast boat and they tell you, hey, your mission is to go after a U.S. destroyer, you're probably not going to survive. I think that's a red line.
Let's see, Adam says JFK tried to shut down Israel's nuclear program, so they killed JFK and stole America's nuclear secrets. Then they built their own arsenal, violating every nuclear treaty on Earth and threatened the world with it. Google the Samson option. We all know about the Samson option, though.
It's not. Israel has threatened to nuke London and Paris and Berlin and Rome. It's called the Samson option. They said if the Western democracy...
Oh, this is absolutely ludicrous. No, what? Israel has already attacked Britain in the 40s. They've committed literally acts of war against their biggest patrons, including the United States. Obviously, we don't need to tell you, the USS Liberty. Just to think that, I can't believe you would even think that. It's like, it's happened, bitch.
Say you're not a crackpot conspiracist. There's a book by...
It's not a conspiracy. This is provable in the historical record. Why would it be unthinkable that Israel would be capable of doing this again?
Israel wants the Samson option. Israel wants to nuke the West. I didn't say they want to. I said they have threatened that if the Western states abandon Israel to be overrun, that they'll nuke us too.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that's always been the permanent doctrine, but it's called the Samson option, and it was their doctrine.
That's what we like to see, Reza. Reza, you're fastly becoming my favorite. I do play favorites here. It depends on how much you contribute to the stream, and yeah, I have a little. I do play favorites. What can I say? All right, I can be bought. What do you want from me?
At least in the 1970s. There's a book about it by Seymour Hersh. You can pretend like you've never heard of such a thing, but everyone else watching this can just Google up the Samson option and read it for themselves.
There is no serious.
That's the second time you tried to say conspiracy to me. As
it's not. Israel has not.
Everybody's calling Nick Fuentes a Fed because he basically ratted out Dan Bilzerian. Have y'all seen this? I'm sure everybody has. It's all anybody that can talk about on Twitter. This feud that has developed between Nick Fuentes and Dan Bilzerian. And let's take a look. This is Ian Carroll's take. I haven't seen it.
Good at communicating. And Dan is very much like that. He's intentional with the communications. He's not catty and chatty like that. When he calls you, he wants to talk to you about a thing, and he'll talk to you about it.
In the world, I just don't want to talk to you. Dude, he would call me up for like hours and just give me the speech, just give me the monologue about the Jews. I'm like, dude, I know. We're arguing about like Charlie Kirk and stuff. I'm like, dude, watch the show. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
So what Nick is actually describing is when he was being fucking really weird about Charlie Kirk.
FBI pilled.
Saying that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and the bullet bounced off of his neck skin.
Mm-hmm.
Dan was calling him up being like, bro, what the fuck
are you doing? Yeah.
What are you fucking talking about? Trying to figure out, probably, is this kid a Fed? What is this kid doing? Why is this kid acting so retarded all of a sudden? He's supposed to be at the forefront of this movement, and now he's out here shoveling the Fed slop pro-Israel narrative.
Yep. There was definitely a noticeable shift in his rhetoric after the Charlie Kirk assassination. I will say that. It was very much confusing and confounding when he didn't question, at the very least, question the FBI narrative of the Charlie Kirk assassination. At least express some degree of skepticism, which was valid, and we've been vindicated in the months after his death, because we know, as recent reports have been shared, that the gun that Tyler Robinson possessed did not match the bullet. There's no way, in fact, it has been proven conclusively that the bullet did not match the gun, so therefore there is no forensic evidence tying Tyler Robinson to the crime. But we're all supposed to still go along with the, like he said, Fed slop narrative. Meanwhile, Trump's approval rating with independent voters is the lowest in history. He is more unpopular than Bush during the Iraqi War and Nixon during Watergate. This is what happens when you protect pedophiles. Start a war against Iran, betray America for Israel, and tank the economy.
Why don't we just look at this? The worst net approval ratings with independents at this point in term 2 of a presidency. Guess who has the worst net approval rating? It's the current president, Donald John Trump. We're talking about the fact that he's 43 points underwater. That is actually worse. That is actually worse than Richard Nixon was during the height of the Watergate scandal back in 1974. Nixon was just 36 points underwater. Trump easily beating that, but in the wrong way. Trump is also beating George W. Bush, who is 35 points underwater. Of course,
all Donald Trump hears is, oh, I'm beating them? All right.
He was caught up in the Iraq War at this particular point in his...
Yeah, you're beating them as the worst president in American history, Donald Jewish Trump.
Presidency. Very interesting to note, of course, Trump right now involved with the Iran War, Bush involved with the Iraq War. In neither case is it working out well for those two presidents. But why don't we just look at this? The worst net approval ratings...
I kind of talk like a leftist still. Like, you can't unread theory. As much as I wish you could.
You like stare at it.
I wonder if ContraPoints can put the Xanax down
And it just, like, warps your whole mind.
before she decides to make another interview.
That's why I've stayed away. I just listen to theory from my podcast listening friends.
But yeah, I mean, it used to be that's smart, by the way. Don't start. So it's like, I mean, it's like Bible study for leftists, right? That's what theory is.
Dude, that's the thing. Whenever people are telling me about joining leftist organizations and stuff, everything sounds like church.
It's so church.
You're talking about
like
these churches. They do mutual aid.
Yeah.
They do direct action.
Yeah.
They do. I can't remember all the phrases, but it's just they have a different word for it. But they have the same mentality for how to handle things. And I came from a very hardcore right-wing church, so like even though like I agree with all these
the right wing and the left wing are both the same.
This leftist stuff, I don't want to be in the group because the groups scare me.
I just like to be a principled fence sitter. I like to sit in the center aisle, in the center row, and that way I can pearl clutch at both sides and never have to take a principled position on anything. And meanwhile, everything that is okay with me because it exists.
I feel the exact same way. I'm just not a church person.
Right.
Right. I'm not going to go to any kind of church.
Yeah, you had a tweet that was like, I'm not going to go to this church.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine that they do.
I think it's
but,
cool
like,
too.
I don't want to do Marxist.
I don't want to be there.
Marxist Bible study. I don't want to do their little mission trips to Cuba or whatever. Like, I think it's fine. I just don't want to do it.
Okay. Well, why don't you talk about something else then? Why are you? You're always criticized by people who are doing less, right? Scott Horton exposes lies about the 40,000 protesters killed in Iran. Piers Morgan is still talking about the 40,000 protesters. He repeats this lie every time. Let's take a look.
So crucial that he continues, and the war party on the media and in the government continue to push this lie, this completely preposterous hoax, Piers, that the Iranian government massacred 40,000 people in January to put down that insurrection. First of all, we already know, Donald Trump admitted, now that we're living in the future here, Donald Trump admitted last week or 2 weeks ago that Israel armed those Kurdish groups. Those weren't peaceful protesters. There were peaceful protests, but the fighting was not the massacre of peaceful protests. The fighting was fighting against Kurdish communists who were sacking police stations and burning mosques and trying to
Objection. Kurdish communists working on who? For the benefit of who? The Mossad?
overthrow the government there. And then just think about that casualty count. 40,000, that's like the Battle of Gettysburg. You know, the worst, well, I don't know about all of them, but in Ukraine, the worst massacre of the Holocaust was at Babin Yar in September of 1941, where
the ravine, they threw their bodies in a ravine.
German Nazis corralled 30,000 Jews and massacred them and dumped them in a ravine. 30,000 of them. It was one of the absolute worst atrocities of the entire Second World War. We're to believe that the Ayatollah pulled that off? Something like that, maybe 10,000 more than that in January without carpet bombing his own city, without committing some kind of Dresden, without leaving.
It's a fuck ton of people,
tens
right?
of thousands of body bags everywhere. And what do we see in the propaganda? 12 body bags. And then they go, oh, how can you deny the massacre? But see, here's the important point, is one is this was propaganda to...
Yeah. Let's see what Adam has to say with this, contradiction between MTG and AOC. I mean, like I said, this is where liberals are at. They're like, no, AOC is better than MTG. Stop saying that MTG is better than AOC. It's like the Democrats are so bad at PR. I mean, I would say that they're bad at implementing working class policies, but we know that's not their design. That's not what their function is. They're to, obviously be the liberal, weak, ineffectual, soft-penised opposition party that gets steamrolled every time by the Republicans. But that's by design. But it's just funny to me that we still have these liberal apologists that are like not reading the room. They're still trying to manufacture consent for Democrat policies and Democrat careerists like AOC. MTG burned her political career to oppose genocide, Trump, and the Epstein class, and AOC still brands her as a pariah and a deplorable. These are the people that we should be trying to make common cause with, We should be trying to, unite the left and the right to understand that this is materially a psyop and it's not even taking on the principal contradiction in the world. And we need to address the principal contradiction and the principal antagonism in our government before we can address all the other secondary ones, right? So, just trying to one-half the corporate duopoly and pearl clutch about that is prolonging the pain. It's prolonging the harm. We're going to continue on with this same circus sideshow because we're incrementalists. And, obviously that works over time. Marjorie Taylor Greene took a stand against the Gaza slaughter, Trump, the Epstein network, and actually defended the trafficking survivors. She put most Democrats to shame. This is true. Why not acknowledge that? Why not focus your anger? If you're going to defend the Democrat Party, let's critique them. Let's criticize them. They're not doing what they said they were going to do. They're failing, they're losers, they're ineffectual. So why not sort of take on those grievances, understand them, and then focus your critique at the actual people in power? But what do we see the likes of Kyle Kulinski? He blames, and others like him, they blame the voting base. They blame, popular sentiment, all to defend, these career politicians rather than holding them to account. That lets you know that this is a psyop. And if that doesn't buy credibility, then nothing does. Yet AOC just went on record refusing to trust her because she's a proven bigot and anti-Semite. It's just insane that you're still trying to hurl that word, throw that word out there like it means something in 2026. As soon as I hear somebody's crying about anti-Semitism in any fucking context whatsoever, they are immediately sus. I immediately have to side-eye. Because they might align with white nationalists. Yes, the imaginary problem in the future. So let's just go on with the prevailing status quo for the time being. Let's trust these people that have backstabbed and betrayed us for decades now. The left's gatekeepers would rather keep the anti-war movement fractured than create a united opposition to Israel's actions. Precisely, Adam, precisely. This nonstop purity testing is controlled opposition 101. AOC sounds exactly like the establishment she claims to fight. Smear anyone who steps outside the approved script as a Nazi, keep people divided, and make sure no real coalition forms. The Epstein class doesn't care about left or right labels. It cares about keeping the machine running. Endless wars, blackmailed politicians, zero accountability. AOC is helping by doubling down on the divide and conquer tactic that the Epstein class loves. The anti-war movement doesn't need more purity tests. It needs people willing to burn bridges with power. MTG did that. AOC just proved that she won't. That's why we call her AOCIA. Brilliantly worded, 10 out of 10. I like Adam more and more with every fucking post. So this is the tweet that everyone's been talking about from Nick Fuentes. He says, "The first time I met Dan Bilzerian at his house, he had us put our phones in another room, then asked me how difficult it would be to assassinate Israeli government ministers. Then he invited me to Dubai and Qatar, which I declined. On his way there, he was ambushed by the FBI." Lucas Gage, in what appears to be a psyop, says, "Holy fuck, Nick, I swear to God he did the same thing to me." Yeah, and Jake Shields comes out and says, "I was at both of these meetings, and this is a flat-out lie. Nothing close to this ever happened. Dan's an ex-Navy SEAL, so clearly he wouldn't need a gay Mexican in a Fed with PTSD. Lucas is so stupid, Ben Shapiro is the only guy he can think of. Dan something. I wanted to find this tweet so I could... There's the golden statue that Phoenix was talking about. Evangelicals gather around Mar-a-Lago to bless the golden statue of Donald Trump.
For being there today, and more importantly for what you did. The statue is beautiful. You know, I saw it during the weekend. We had a big PGA tournament with a great champion and all great champions, actually.
The voice is so grating. Yeah, and Chris Smalls, and this sort of also, there's all kinds of feuds, man. It's all kinds of fracturings happening online. Chris Smalls and AOC. We side with Chris Smalls, of course. Here, speak of the
those
devil.
that we don't agree with politically, they all are also waking up. There's an awakening happening on the other side. I think people are understanding that our taxpaying dollars are going.
I mean, you know what's really crazy? But I'm gonna let the play.
Endless wars and genocides. What's happening here in America is we are part of a two-party plantation. Come on. And we have to find a way out right now. Those that we don't agree with politically.
Those are facts. And think about what Chris Smalls did and how he didn't afford himself any excuses in trying to organize people on left and right of the political spectrum when he was trying to organize the Amazon labor union, which he did successfully. And one of the things he said to attribute his success in organizing the Amazon labor union was that he didn't look at partisan politics. He didn't focus on who was MAGA and who wasn't. And he didn't just try to speak to, you know, vote blue no matter who, Democrats, and try to organize them. He just spoke to the material grievances of the Amazon workers that worked at the same warehouses and factories that he did. And that's why he succeeded, because he spoke about the class war. Hang on, we got a troller here. I just blocked him, so. Somebody was spamming. Exactly, Kier. There's no voting out of this. So I just want you to see that contradiction there. Chris Smalls was successful at uniting a movement, not based on partisan politics, but material working class grievances. And what do we see from AOCIA? She's saying, no, we can't make common cause with people that were in MAGA. Kyle Kulinski says we can't make common cause with people that were in MAGA because MAGA or MAGA, whatever, is a cult. And we can't trust them if 7 minutes ago, like he said, that they were pro-Trump or something. But like, you're just making more enemies. Like, are you saying that people that aren't on the same trajectory of political awakening as you are therefore unsalvageable? I mean, you're just alienating people. You're isolating people. You're dividing people. It's not a good tactic unless the tactic is to do that so that you can, be buddy-buddy with these, big-name politicians and you can have a political career in the future. But Chris Smalls doesn't believe all that. He says Chris Smalls is always campaigning with greenies like Butch Ware and is a threat to the system that AOC holds up. That's one source of their hate for him. He doesn't buy into the two-party lines. But hey, it's okay. The Dow is up and the UFO files are released. Don't worry about the war in Iran, okay? Don't worry about the rising gas prices. The UFO files, finally, they have released them. As for my promise to you, the Department of War has released the first tranche of the UFO files to the public for their review and study in an effort for complete and maximum transparency, which obviously the Trump admin is known for. It was my honor to direct my administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects. Whereas previous administrations have failed to be transparent on this subject, with these new documents and videos, the people can decide for themselves what the hell is going on. Have fun and enjoy, because it's all just a spectacle. Just have fun and enjoy everything that we're doing. Don't look over here. Stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about gas. Stop talking about the war with Iran. Look at the UFOs. More bread and circuses. Dan Bilzerian says Nick's movement is a personality cult built around outrage, ego, and attention-seeking. I want no part of it. The Epstein cabal has pitted us against each other, stripped away our sovereignty, and buried the country in debt. We need to take our country back. What is wrong with that? I can't find a goddamn thing. Just trying to find, let's see if I can look at some of my tweets here to bring you up to speed. Let me see here. I guess we'll just bounce around here, because let's start with Mehdi Hassan. Another liberal shill, another illiberal apologist, another AOC defender. He says AOC, like me and many millions of others, rejected genocide and called out Biden, but also realized Trump would be worse both at home and abroad. You thought he wouldn't be as bad. History has sadly vindicated me and not you. And he's responding to Peter Dow, who said, Mehdi, while Biden was sponsoring genocide, AOC embraced and endorsed him. It's not just leftists who consider that a deal breaker. So think about what Mehdi Hassan just said. I responded by saying this is liberal virtue signaling. Rhetoric says one thing, actions say another. Mehdi is broadcasting to everyone here his ignorance of the concept of a corporate duopoly, and that it requires one party to play the institutional role of defensive, weak, ineffectual rhetoricians. It's a tough word for me. Rhetoricians, that's what they are. They're rhetoric peddlers, so as to enable their offensive counterpart. It was Biden, AOC, and the Democrat Party writ large who gave us Trump 2.0. They made it inevitable. That's what is missing in this analysis. Defending them is defending Trump. It's defending the spectacle. It's defending the ideology that enabled his presidency not once but twice. How is Mahdi so obtuse? It's not, aw shucks, we failed, but look at what we said or tried to do. The Democrats actually succeeded. Why? Because their goal was to lose. That's why you run Kamala Harris. You don't run Kamala Harris if you want to win. Both parties are multi-billion-dollar corporations owned by the same Zionist bankers. It's a ping-pong game. Both parties have the same goal, yet they play different roles. You can think of it like a football team, as I often say. Offense and defense units have different roles, but they're on the same team. If you think I'm lying, look at Justice Powell's memo, Attack on the Free Enterprise System, which we've gone into detail on this very stream at times. That's just for starters. It's not a revelation to point at liberal rhetoric and say, see, Democrats are different from Republicans. It's actually disingenuous CIA propaganda. Why is Mahdi being intellectually dishonest here? And on top of that, he's as smug and condescending as ever. Also, he says they rejected genocide. How does endorsing the genocidaire-in-chief mean that you've rejected genocide? The ones that they can control are the ones that advance. So remember that Nick Fuentes tweet? He's like, the first time I met Dan Bilzerian, I was at his house. He asked me how difficult it would be to assassinate Israeli government ministers. Then he invited me to Dubai and Qatar, which I declined. On his way there, he was ambushed by the FBI. I said, I already like Dan. You don't need to sell me on him. Okay. I think I've shown you all of my posts of note. And let's move to the Discord. You guys know we have a vibrant Discord community here on, on Discord. But I implore you to join up if you like to share links and be a part of the stream. And we're just going to go through. I have no idea what we're about to watch, but this is your contributions.
Say in Venezuela, what's new with you? Bill Trump said that he's considering making Venezuela the 51st state. Wait, what? Venezuela is its own country though. Exactly. I'm a country. How are you gonna make me a state? No idea. But Trump, in an interview with Fox News, said that he's seriously considering making you Venezuela the 51st state. Like, we already sent our military to you and we captured your former president Maduro, and we're very involved in your economy. And Trump estimated that your oil is worth $40 trillion, so he's considering that. Okay, that is crazy, but Venezuela, what did you say about that? Well, we said no. And our acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, said that we are not a colony, but a free country. You cannot just come and say that you're gonna make us the 51st state. Well, Venezuela, you're not the first country that Trump said he wants to make the 51st state. Ooh, at least he forgot about me.
Yeah, Canada, Greenland. Take your pick. Trump's drug war is a lie to attack Latin America's left. It's always been like that.
It comes out of the White House in relation to this supposed war on drugs is highly questionable and needs to be really doubted and scrutinized.
According to these audio leaks that were released in the past weeks, Trump and Israel, everyone's favorite enemy, was actually involved in this plot to release Juan Orlando Hernandez from prison.
Yeah, that's right. Israel is the 51st state, right?
him to become Washington's man in Latin America to wage disinformation campaigns against progressive leaders within Honduras, but also attack Claudia Sheinbaum and Gustavo Petro, who have been kind of the strongest progressive leaders in Latin America in this period.
I think that there's definitely an interest from the United States to root out all of the left from the continent, and specifically in relation to economic interests that the White House has in Latin America. I think that the United States wants to curb the kind of trade relationships that Latin American countries have with China. They want to secure unilateral access to rare earths. Given the kind of disputes that it is having in the rest of the world and the fact that it's not being able to contain and control its opposition in other regions of the world, it's just seeking the most pliant governments possible in Latin America. And to do that, it is coming into collusion with some of the worst forces of the right wing in the Latin American continent. The White House continues to lead all kinds of nefarious plots to intervene in the affairs of countries around the world. And so none of this actually surprised me, but the fact that he is leading this supposed charge against the opioid crisis and fighting drug trafficking in Latin America is a huge priority of this administration, but yet he pardons a proven narcotics trafficking leader and enabler and politician has not really met the kind of response that I think it should have.
All right. That was from Breakthrough News. This is from Gato Surfer.
You can't just kill everyone over one minor inconvenience. Did somebody just say minor?
He finally wakes up.
Alan, remember me from Epstein Island?
Oh, it's Lolita. It's Lolita.
It's Lolita, everybody.
This is what the
Oh, fuck. They're trolling Alan Dershowitz. Oh, God.
Would you like a pierogi?
Can you put it in my mouth? Is it true that you said the reasonable...
You don't understand.
Look how bad his skin looks. Good God.
Age of consent is 15. You didn't ignore me on Epstein Island.
You don't think this constitutes harassment?
Officer, I'm with him. Sir, we're together.
I've been advised that he feels harassed by you. I am requesting that you give him some space and stop that.
Am I being detained?
Not at this time. I'm asking you to discuss it with me.
No, thank you.
This man is calling me an anti-Zionist.
Excuse me.
Oh,
this man
no.
Is a saint. God damn. Long hair problems. Officer, I was wondering if you could help me. Does this dress make my ass look big?
I am not observing that.
No homo.
I am not.
Same statement.
He looked. He saw that. He looked. We caught you looking, officer. You were looking at his lovely lady lumps. Dude, look at this guy's mullet. Congratulations. That is quite a feat. Maybe that's what I do in the 2026. Should I grow out a mullet? I've always wanted to. A mullet with a handlebar mustache. And you're not.
I'm fully trained as an MMA fighter. You don't want to touch me. I'm an IDF. You don't want to touch me. I'm an IDF.
It's all right. Oh, you're an IDF soldier? Well, she's too old for you.
Give two flying don't touch me. I'm scared him away. I'm an IDF.
Yeah, bitch. Picking on women? That's awesome. Israeli soldier arrested for racially aggravated assault in London. A man who identified himself as an Israeli soldier was arrested for racially aggravated assault. Why did they say it twice? I don't get that.
Why have you rushed to have this discussion? Is anybody else in cuffs? Is anybody else in cuffs? We're looking to have this discussion.
Officer, her face got in the way of my hand. Yeah, what a weak, pathetic man crumbles when he is face to face with another man. Exactly. They only look big and tough when they're going up against women and children. It's pathetic.
For a Jew, it's very different. They can go
diddle a little 14-year-old boy in town and flee to Israel, and Israel won't send him back. So they basically have like a get-out-of-jail-free card for pedophilia or whatever fucked up things they want to do. It's a fucking problem. The whole like word Jew me is synonymous with like fuck me over, but nobody says like don't Muslim me or don't Christian me. And I think it's important that we talk about this stuff and not just be fucking silenced all the time, because they have no problem talking about all the negative things about Muslims.
This is the new Sadaqah Jariyah in town. On the Day of Judgment, the first thing we will be asked about is our prayer. For just £100, you can help teach 20 to 60 people, like me, learn how to pray Salah.
And when they teach their children,
And their children's children.
The reward continues.
Go to the link and donate now.
Oh, that was just a...
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. If you're watching this video and it's Salah time, please pause it and go pray and come back when you're done. Please check out the description section of this video to support the channel. Dan will say...
For a Jew, it's very different. Like, you have to understand, they can just same day go get a passport. They can be an Israeli citizen. They can go diddle a little 14-year-old boy in town and flee to Israel, and Israel won't send him back.
I hate when they play the same clip twice and they give me an ad and then they set up the clip. It's just like...
So they basically have like a get-out-of-jail-free card for pedophilia or whatever fucked up things they want to do. And so they just have a baked-in foreign allegiance to this country that they've also been told is like the Jewish homeland or whatever this narrative is. Like, I don't think like every Jew is like nefarious or in on this, obviously. There's plenty of good Jews out.
Just the rich ones
out there. Plenty of them that aren't in on this fix, aren't part of the cabal, whatever. But they are generally tribal. And what I've found is that their religion is basically at odds with Christianity, and I didn't know that. They look at Christians as idol worshipers, and their Talmud says that you should kill idol worshipers, and that's why they spit on Christians in Israel. When you start like understanding and like it's okay for them to lie, cheat, and steal from Gentiles, then it's like, okay, now it kind of makes sense.
I don't like idol worshipers, but meanwhile, they're burning effigies of Baal as they sacrifice firstborn children.
I mean, the whole like word Jew me is synonymous with like fuck me over. Nobody says like don't Muslim me or don't Christian me. I don't think that's an accident. And people get stereotypes for a reason. Not always true, but I think there's some truth in most stereotypes, especially ones that have existed for thousands of years. And I think it's important that we talk about this stuff and not just be fucking silenced all the time, because they have no problem talking about all the negative things about Muslims and how Muslims are, you know, according to Randy Fine, lower than dogs, and, you know, we should basically just kill them all and whatever. Bill Maher says on national television, Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas, like just basically insulting 2 billion people. But if you were to say something bad about Jews, God help you. You know, these poor struggling victims that are like more than 50% of the billionaires in the United States and crushing everything, and 90-something% of Hollywood and running the media and whatever. Like,
thank you, Star Child, for the gift. I notice I'm getting gifts now. I think that's an updated YouTube thing, but they don't appear on the StreamYard chat, but I see them on the YouTube feed. But I do see them, so thank you.
And you're anti-Semitic.
I was unaware that gaining an Israeli passport with the intention of stealing indigenous Arab land was a same-day process for Jewish migrants leaving the West for Israel, as Dan stated. Dan also made reference to the numerous recent and historic cases we've seen of so many of these same individuals abusing American and European kids, and then fleeing to Israel for the Zionist regime to protect them from facing criminal charges. A quick Google search reveals that some of these predators also work for the Israeli government and are even close friends with the Israeli Prime Minister himself. Dan was correct to point out that this obviously does not apply to every Jew. However, like he said, there is a worrying majority of that community who completely condone the actions of Israel. Like Dan said, this is also very problematic given the extreme prejudice the Israelis and their Jewish supremacist enablers have against Muslims and Christians. As he said, it's critical that we tackle this problem head on, due to how the Israelis frequently resort to violence and even murder because of their hateful views. Let's watch the next clip.
You have the government basically, this big, bloated, inefficient organization that is helping to funnel money from U.S. citizens into corrupt people's pockets. And so if we don't have people that get into office and fix this, then we're going to have more problems. I mean, and in Florida right now, they passed anti-Semitism laws. There's a girl facing 15 years right now for making a joke in a group text about Netanyahu. And coincidence, the judge is Jewish. You know, she let off some fucking violent offender who just went out and re-offended, but yet now she wants to throw the book at this girl that made a joke in a group chat because it was against Netanyahu. And so that's a fucking problem. Randy Fine passed anti-Semitism laws in Florida. If you pass out flyers, you get 5 years in jail. But meanwhile, he can call for the genocide of Muslims. He can say that he wants the streets to run with their blood. He can say that they're lower than dogs.
I think that is because back in the day when coins were actually made of gold and silver, they would clip parts of the coin so that you think you're still getting the full value of the coin, but niche.
He can advocate for nuclear weapons used on a predominantly woman and child population. But yet, if you pass out flyers talking about Jewish overrepresentation in the media, he'll throw you in jail for 5 years. It's a fucking problem. We're spending our tax dollars to murder women.
That's right. We have coins with ridges now. And now if you see a coin without any ridges, you know it's been clipped by a Jew.
Men, children, Muslims, whatever, instead of helping Americans. Like, just think about that.
What's all this for?
It's for the support of Israel, for the benefit of Israel.
Ray, what do you mean 15 years for what? Oh, you're talking about the sentencing. Yeah, that girl that he was talking about. She made a joke in a group chat. You know, they tried to make it out like she was calling for an airstrike. It's just it's a meme, you know. It's like these are memes that are going around. It was, but yeah, you know, I didn't know that it was for 15 years. But I do know that there's a viral video of her being talked down to by the judge about how despicable her joke was. But, I mean, that's just crazy on the face of it. 15 years for a college kid who made a joke in a group chat.
Israel. For Jewish greed. They want more fucking land. Like, that's what this is about. They literally want the Greater Israel Project. That's why they keep bombing their neighbors. There is a sect in Israel that wants to bring about the end of times because they believe that that's going to usher in the Antichrist.
Yep.
And
he's talking about the Danielle Weiss's of the settlement project. What do they call it? The Gush Emunum cult. These rabid, theocratic, end of days prophecy fulfilling Zionists. They actually look at what they call secular Zionists as lesser than. They almost treat them like goyim. And there's an internal fracturing happening as we speak within the Israeli society that Elon Pape has written about in his new book called Israel on the Brink, where he highlights that contradiction between the theocratic cultists that look at the secular Zionists and even the early Zionist leaders as basically goy cattle. Like, they were responsible for paving the way, like doing the drudgery, the droll, the mundane work of establishing the ethno-state. But now that they've done that, it's like these theocratic cultists want to take it up and ratchet it up, and they look at these liberal pluralistic Zionists that come in from the West as deplorable, and they kind of group them in with the Palestinians that eventually they're gonna have to get rid of them too. So it's just a cannibalistic society. You follow me?
At the end of times, and part of their prophecy is that they get 26 or 2,800 goyim slaves for each Jew, you know, and so like they're going to rule the world and we're going to serve them. And
is this called Pax Judaica?
That might be a term for it. I mean, there's different theories, right? But like part of their unequivocal belief, some of them, not all of them, obviously, but there is a sect of very religious Jews that believes that they need to have the entire world turn against them to usher in the Antichrist.
That's true. That's
there's
true.
A whole part of it, they have to build the third temple, the red heifers, you know, there's like a whole thing, but that's not bullshit. That's like real.
Yeah.
As someone who is running for Congress, Dan pointed out how the US government needs to be freed from the grip of the Israeli regime. In order to reverse the discriminatory anti-Semitism laws his slimy political rival Randy Fine has put in place, targeting non-Jews who dare to oppose the fake foreign nation of Israel, and to also stop the theft of American tax dollars being funneled to the Israelis to fund them killing men, women, and children across the Middle East. It's crazy to me that American women are being imprisoned by Jewish judges for up to 15 years for making jokes about Netanyahu, or for simply handing out flyers alerting people of Israel's war crimes, as Dan claimed. And as Dan said, this is happening while scumbags like Randy Fine openly spew hatred towards Muslims on a regular basis, that not only dehumanizes us by saying we're less than animals, but also calls for us to be killed to the point we're wiped out completely. Like Dan said, we cannot stand for this disgusting double standard and bigotry. Dan correctly labelled this a satanic agenda that is a manifestation of radical Judaism, which involves the summoning of the Antichrist and the enslavement of all non-Jews in order for the Israeli regime to achieve their evil colonial ambitions. Let's watch the last clip.
What do you think Epstein was?
I think he was a Mossad agent. There's also the theory that he was kind of the money guy behind some really rich people. I think he was an arms dealer before that. Maybe he was just getting the blackmail for himself. But Congress passed a law saying that they have to release the files. It's been 4 months. They haven't released the files. They're breaking the law. They're obviously actively covering up. They've redacted 50,000 files. We've seen some where Trump is unequivocally implicated in there. There's women that are accusing him of rape, and there's a limo driver that said that he heard such horrific stuff that he wanted to pull over the limo and beat the shit out of Trump. I mean, this is just like weird things for people to just randomly go to the FBI and say. Like, it's one thing if they're suing him civilly, right, and they just want a money grab, but this is like people going to the FBI to try and criminally prosecute him. And this is like a 13-year-old girl saying that he tried to make her give him a blowjob, I think it was, and he hit her and because she bit him or something like that. And then there's another girl that accused him that her head got blown off in a situation where it like absolutely couldn't have been a suicide, and they ruled it. You know, there's just been like some very strange stuff going on. He's in there a ton. He's clearly like hung out with Epstein, friends with a bunch of people that were with Epstein. Like, it was 89.5% of the people on the Epstein list that were like majorly in the files and implicated were all Jewish. You know, Howard Lutnick, all these people, Les Wexner, you know, you go down the list and no investigations, no prosecutions. I mean, it seems like the only people that have gone after are Christian guys. Like Bill Gates got questioned because he got chlamydia from a hooker, and then Prince Andrew, I think they went after him. It's like, but they literally, I don't think they've gone after a single Jewish person. It's like almost all Jews. And if you look at what they say in there, they talk about it. Like that he says, like, this is how the Jew makes money. Talking about like Goyim, and you know, we don't want to have any Goyim at this event. Like just like talking shit about Gentiles.
Yep.
And I think it's very telling. You know, I think it's very telling that
the Goyim operate the supply chain. The Jew speculates on the future markets.
Killed more squirrels than we've arrested Epstein clients. You know, the government, I think, has their priorities way off.
As Dan stated, the most notorious child abuser in modern times, Jeffrey Epstein, was an Israeli government agent.
You know who's not in the Epstein files? Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the IRGC. Yeah, it's weird.
Whose crimes are still being covered up by the corrupt Zionists that are embedded within the US government. If that alone is not enough,
You know, the Chinese Communist Party, they're not in the Epstein
reason to not support Israel, then I don't know what is.
And I am not in the Epstein files. You're absolutely right, Ray. Thank you for noticing.
Dan said, the most celebrated US president in Israeli history, Donald Trump, is completely implicated in abusing various American minors with Epstein, and yet he continues to stay in power simply because he does Israel's bidding, no questions asked. I was unaware that around 90% of the culprits named in the Epstein files were Jewish, as Dan pointed out. And what's even more worrying is that none of them faced any criminal charges, as Dan said, which is scary to say the least. This is clearly a battle of good against evil. Inshallah, Dan and others like him are successful in their political campaigns, so that we can take a step towards bringing these people to justice and safeguarding our children in the process. Thank you for watching. Until next time, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You talking about P. Diddy? P. Diddy is definitely in the Epstein files. P. Diddy had his own Epstein network, in fact. If that's who you're referring to. Let's keep going with the slop. What do you think?
Nice to meet you, Your Highness.
I'm not a king. I was democratically elected.
That's adorable. Now then, yeah.
What the hell did I just watch? I have no idea. Gato, what are you
Did
what are you on
APAC
about?
pump your flight ticket to Tel Aviv Pride, or do you just support genocide for the love of the game?
How dare you? Why did you choose genocide?
Did you just support genocide just for the love of the game?
Why won't you defend your district?
How does it feel that Epstein...
Oh, they put him out.
Epstein charges more for little lives than you do.
Putting a hand over your mouth. How dare you? Oh, did he fart in his general direction? I fart in your general direction, sir.
How dare you?
Watch.
There's a proper way
He let it rip.
of protesting it, and this is.
He doesn't listen to the proper way of protesting because he's cutting checks from donors. I understand that that might not be your position, but there are hundreds of thousands of people who are dead at his hands.
And this is, may they never know a fucking moment of peace. Every time they want to grandstand in the public domain, we need to meet them where they're at and shame them because they deserve every ounce of it, always, at all times.
Power plus impunity leads to abuse, and abuse unchecked almost always becomes sexual abuse. This is true throughout history, it's true throughout the world, and it's certainly been true in Israel over the last 2.5 years.
Hey, chicken swinger, welcome in. How are you doing today? How many chickens did we swing today, chicken swinger? I hope it was a healthy amount, and I hope that Baal was pleased with your offerings.
And although sexual violence by the Israelis in detention centers is reported in the West, there remains one crime that is taboo.
Yeah, Martin, I'm on Kick. We got kickers, we got twitchers, and we got tubers, all wrapped into one stream. Aren't we special? How many people are watching on Kick? 3, probably. I have no draw on Kick. Yeah, Kick finally getting the love that it deserves. I'd like to have a following on Kick. I mean, you know, no platform is safe, I think, for my commentary. So I'm trying to diversify. Like a good capitalist, got to diversify my stock portfolio. So we're trying to, you know, stream on Kick now. And look at you go, Saeed, with the cheer. Thank you so much, my friend. Give it up for Saeed. Guys, please clap. I said thank you. Thank you. Saeed is the man. He's a gentleman, a scholar, a sheikh, and a baron, all rolled into one. I hope I said that right. Sheikh is like a good thing, right? Like, doesn't that mean like a ruler of sorts? Kick has much louder volume than YouTube. Okay. That's weird. I don't know why that would be, because it's all coming out of the same system. What is the significance of swinging chickens? You know, I've often wondered this. It's kept me up at night. I always wonder, why do they swing the chickens? I'm afraid I don't really know. I think here's the deal. Actually, I do know. When a Jew sins, they are able to absolve themselves of the sinning by transferring the sin onto a chicken, and then what they do is they take the chicken by the legs and they throw it over their head and they helicopter it. And somehow this miraculous act makes them pure and whole again. Their Lord, Baal, is pleased, and they're basically, given the green light to do more usury and well poisoning and, whatever, anything else the Chosenites like to do on a regular basis.
For Western media, the Israelis' use of dogs to rape Palestinian inmates. I spoke to a remarkable woman. Her name is Maha Husseini. Maha has been in Gaza since day one of the genocide, and she's been displaced 8 times. She spoke to us from Gaza City. Your organization, Euromed Human Rights Monitor, has produced this extraordinary report, Another Genocide Behind Walls, which looks particularly at the use of sexual torture in Israeli detention centers. Can you summarize for us very briefly what that report says?
Yeah, this report is actually the outcome of work we've been doing since the beginning of the genocide. Overall, we documented at least 7 forms of sexual violence practiced against Palestinians in Israeli places of detention, including rape, actual cases of rape, threats of rape, forced nudity, assaults on genitals, verbal and physical harassment, and coerced exposure to rape, where the Israeli, of course, officers and soldiers actually force Palestinians to witness the rape of other inmates or other detainees. Of course, the majority of these testimonies actually belong to men other than women.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Gestapo never pushed broomsticks up people's a-holes, have they? I don't remember that part. Ah, you see, you cracked the code, Saeed. The chickens can't fly, so therefore they can't get away. Easy targets. You know the IDF, they love easy targets.
And this does not mean that women did not or were not subjected to sexual violence as much as men, but because we are speaking about a conservative society where women actually don't...
No, the cats, they just get thrown off buildings. That's what... We have many clips of that happening.
Feel very comfortable speaking about being subjected to sexual violence. Many men described being raped several times.
If the cat happens to be a Shia or a Sunni Muslim, obviously they get thrown off a building. The cats are gay. It's funny, right? I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny in a dark sense. The fact that they love to tell us that if you go to Gaza, they'll throw you off a building. Meanwhile, they're throwing animals off the building. If there even is a building still standing in Gaza.
Over the course of several days.
One thing that leaps out of your report is the use of dogs to rape male detainees. There's other evidence around this now as well.
I don't love this, but it's just, what an interesting time we live in. We have news reporters speaking so seriously about, yes, we heard that they like to use dogs to rape Palestinian detainees. And what can you tell us more about this story?
Solid.
Giving it an air of like formality. It's like talking about the most depraved shit you could possibly talk about.
And widespread is the evidence for that particular crime now.
Yes, actually, this is not the first time that we documented cases of dogs abusing, or trained dogs actually abusing or raping Palestinian detainees.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't need any of that. That wasn't even on my radar. Okay, foreskin glue. I mean, now that you're talking about it, I might be in the market for some foreskin glue in the future as soon as I locate my foreskin. Tragically, it was removed at birth, and I've been on a quest ever since. So as soon as I find it, my cat is playing piano again. That's nice. Chopin. That's beautiful, kitty boy. The lessons are paying off, aren't they?
Inside Israeli jails. In this report particularly, we documented several cases. I will just read one of the shocking cases that we documented. One detainee told us that he was detained, of course, in Sdeiman, and this is where most of the violations occur. He said that they took a group of detainees and me to the corridor between the sections.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you too much information there. I hope I didn't make you uncomfortable.
And forced us to strip completely naked. The soldiers brought in several dogs. One of them urinated on me. One of the dogs then raped me, penetrated my anus in a trained manner when I was being beaten. This continued for several minutes. I felt profoundly humiliated and violated. Other, of course, men, we we met said that after they were raped by the soldiers, they also were raped by dogs in the very same day. And this is something that also confirms that this is a systematic policy, because no army trains dogs on raping humans unless this is something that is accepted by the highest rank in the authority.
These are almost unimaginably horrific accounts, aren't they, Maher? But thank you very much for joining us, and keep safe.
Thank you, Richard.
I also spoke to a former Israeli army intelligence officer who has done the work that Western journalists have not, and brought together and collated all of the evidence about the Israelis' use of dogs to rape Palestinian inmates. His name is Shael Ben Ephraim, and he spoke to us from California, where he now lives.
Really started by accident well over a year ago, when a friend of mine, childhood friend actually, was stationed at this Decay base. And at that time, I was a fairly passionate Zionist, supporter of Israel. And he told me, listen, there's things going on in this Decay prison that you will absolutely not believe. They're so awful. And so I looked into it, and he put me in touch with two guards who had worked there. And they told me about all the torture that had occurred in Decay, but also some things that hadn't appeared in the media, like the fact that they were killing inmates and leaving them around the others in order to serve as a warning to them and that sort of thing. And I published it on X, and it got a pretty big response. And that played a very large role in my moving away from Zionism. I kept in touch with one of the two guards. I talked to another.
What the hell does this comment mean, Chairman Meow? Drax them sklounced? Can you explain that? Because I want to start using it, but I don't know what it means, and I want to make sure I use it appropriately. You got to Drax them sklounced. Oh, that's a Key and Peele joke? Okay. Oh, man. Now I want to see that. That's got to be funny.
I was introduced to another by the guard that I had talked to. I had seen the reports that dogs had been used to sexually assault inmates in Decay. So I just asked them about it, and to my, I don't know, I guess surprise, I don't know, horror, they both confirmed it. One said that he'd seen dogs being used, and the other said that he'd heard talk about dogs being used. From my experience, when inmates in Israeli prisons testify to something, it is true, and it almost always is confirmed by the facts. After Zionists and Israel supporters deny it and say that it's just hearsay, it's almost always supported by the facts. Believe the victims, especially when there's several testimonies.
I'm particularly drawn to this subject because I reported this in my film Gaza for Al Jazeera's investigative unit back in October 2024. Now, at that time, it was pretty much the first...
I know, we were so young then. The good old days.
...report that it was out there in the public about the use of dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. The work you've done, you've essentially brought together what is out there in the public domain since. Could you just sort of sum that up for us? How much evidence is there now out there in the public domain about this?
Well, as far as I know, there's...
Thank you, Kimo Sabia. Yes, I always trim my my pubes. I'm sorry. You're talking about my haircut. That's right. Yes. Yeah, no, my hair, I did get a trim. In a Brazilian wax.
Testimony from at least 20 people. And then I added the testimony of two guards. So that was the first sort of corroboration by any Israeli sources. I was very skeptical about this early on. It sounds to Israelis like something that would be just invented to make Israel seem like the deepest, darkest, most demonic country in the world, you know? We're used to thinking the whole world is anti-Semitic and out to get us. But the testimony is consistent, it's believable, and guards confirmed it to me, so I'm convinced. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone boasting about this. We've already had some cases of settlers and soldiers arresting Palestinians and threatening them that they will be raped and that they will be raped by dogs, specifically.
Because we had that case again at Sde Teman, where a rape was caught on video and it was exposed in Israeli media, wasn't it? Now, what's happened to the soldiers involved in that? As I understand it, the charges have been dropped, haven't they?
Yes, the charges were dropped. The only person who faced real consequences for that was Yifat Yerushalmi, the military attorney who leaked the video.
I'm just
I'm just thinking about my hometown, New Orleans, and that recent report that New Orleans isn't going to survive this century. And I'm just thinking, please, New Orleans, hold on. Hold on till at least you outlive Israel.
The cases you have collated are quite extraordinary. One man who was raped by a dog, he recalled that when he screamed, the guards beat him for disturbing the dog. Another victim, he emphasized that the dog appeared trained and knew exactly what it was doing. Is this systematic, or are these rogue elements?
Is your question rhetorical?
It's clearly systematic. I don't believe that Netanyahu and Katz ever sat there and decided that dogs should be used to rape inmates. What I think happened is that some commanders who were in charge of the dogs thought this would be a good idea. They did, and no one stopped them. These cases are almost exclusively
We're watching a clip about Israelis doing the most depraved sexual acts against Palestinian prisoners, and I'm the one making this sexual?
Teiman that I'm aware of. There are a couple of cases elsewhere. So it's systematic, it's Teiman for sure. And anything that happens at Decay tends to spread elsewhere. That's sort of ground zero.
You've served in the Israeli military in intelligence. You're an Israeli. You're brought up in Israel. Explain to us how people can arrive at a place where they are prepared to do this sort of thing and to tolerate those around them doing this sort of thing.
Well, as a disclaimer, I want to say that I haven't lived in Israel since October 7th. And I think that's important because...
That is such fake news. How dare you? I am strong and hard like oak. Always. Always. Just have a massive throbbing... Never
kept
mind.
me separated from a certain psychosis that the Israeli people have undergone. The hatred towards Palestinians in general is incredibly high, but the people who actually perpetrated October 7th, or so we even suspected of perpetrating October 7th, is at levels that are psychotic. Doing this sort of thing with dogs sends a message to Palestinians that the worst things in the world will happen to them unless they leave.
Shaila, thank you very much for joining us.
Sure, thank you. A pleasure.
The treatment.
A charming society. Clearly God's chosen people.
So a liberal or a centrist might agree with you that capitalism is destroying the planet, but then they'll look you dead in the eye and say, well, just show me one place in which socialism has ever worked.
China.
This is a rhetorical challenge naturalized by 75 years of propaganda. It feels earnest to the people who utter it. And the standard response from Marxists could be better. Often, it's merely to flip the question. Show me one place in which socialism has been allowed to flourish free from attack.
Show me one place where capitalism raised the living standards of the public majority.
I believe a better strategy involves showing why capitalism makes it impossible to know important things, like how socialism is working or not working, and then to give a concrete example, like this one. In September of 1973, Augusto Pinochet was installed as leader of Chile via a CIA-backed military coup. Now, before the coup, Santiago was South America's most concentrated site of radical left intellectual production. There were 5 think tanks in the city that hosted an international network of Marxist economists and sociologists who had an amazing lab at their disposal. because they were working in dialogue with Salvador Allende's socialist government. Santiago was a research hub for scholars from North America and Europe, and Latin American scholars shared their findings abroad. They were working on something called dependency theory, which described how wealthy nations developed through colonialism, but then underdeveloped their former colonies through debt, forcing them to send surplus back to the core. Pinochet destroyed this research ecosystem. Research centers were closed within hours of the coup. Researchers were killed, imprisoned, or scattered across Mexico, Europe, and Latin America. He appointed retired military goons as rectors of universities. Troops tear-gassed campuses, violently arrested students, and destroyed lab equipment. Then there's the case of Orlando Letelier, a Marxist economist and diplomat under Allende. After the coup, he fled to Washington, D.C., where he worked in academia until 1976, when agents of Pinochet's secret police killed him in D.C. with a car bomb. This was one of the first foreign state-sponsored terrorist attacks on American territory because a CIA-backed right-wing dictator didn't like this guy's research on the flow of capital in Chile. So if you give an example like this, it still might feel remote to the centrist. But then you can say, capitalists and fascists never want people studying what's happening. Have you heard of all the medical, environmental, and climate scientists Trump has shit-canned? And they might recognize this because many pride themselves on being well-informed. So you can show that capitalists don't want people to know important things. They don't want anyone to know how socialism works, just like they don't want anyone to measure rises in disease or pollution or atmospheric heat. And if you really want to drive the point home and level it up, you can ask, do you know how many journalists the IDF has killed in Gaza? And the answer is basically all of them. So a liberal or a centrist might agree.
Hell yeah, I love America, and I hate Bud Light because it's full of queers. Yeah, freedom! That was all.
So what does that mean? What you just said?
What does freedom mean?
No, you said I hate Bud Light. Why do you hate Bud Light?
Well, because they cater all the wokeness and the
It's
not
so woke.
not the
That's the problem with Bud Light.
American spirit.
Yeah.
What was un-American that they did?
This guy, when people from around the world look at America and they make fun of America, this is the guy that they see. This is the staple, the stereotype. He's the living embodiment of the stereotype, the pejorative stereotype that every other foreign country has about the United States. Fat, Bud Light drinking Americans who are sick of this woke mind virus. That is terrorism. We can't watch that, guys. We do not condone.
Do you all support Donald Trump's war in Iran? Yes. Are you all America first?
Yeah. We support everything he does.
You support everything he does?
Yes.
Even all the parts in the Epstein files. Everything he did there, too.
No matter what?
No matter what.
No matter what. Trust him with my life.
Trust him with your life, no matter what?
Trust him with my daughter.
No matter what.
Literally, no matter what?
Yes.
That's it.
Be a man is yes.
All right, there you have it, folks.
He could have, not a cult, guys. He could have followed that logic to its logical conclusion.
Cuba is apparently a total shithole. It is awful. And people living there are living in total, absolute poverty.
This guy's never left his fucking apartment, and he's talking about how the Cubans are living. Oh, Christ.
And Nick Shirley went
Who
to
the
Cuba.
hell anointed this guy fucking king of political takes? Suddenly he's the moral arbiter of truth when it comes to the Cuban people.
To try to raise awareness to this, and another country that has been the victim of communism.
What percentage of people do you think are suffering here in Cuba?
La mayoría.
The majority.
He's like, yeah, I can translate the majority. Gosh, Asmongold, you are so smart. You can read the subtitles.
What's your thoughts on communism? ¿Qué piensas de comunismo?
The worst thing to ever exist is communism.
Totally.
Because in reality, no one is a
gas stations
communist.
are even in operation right now because there's quite literally no gas.
And we stand out like sore thumbs here, so they're wondering why we're here with cameras, interviewing people.
I'm sure everybody that Nick Shirley is interviewing is part of the common, everyday, working class public in Cuba, of course.
We want to know what's happening and what people are saying. That's why people are not talking to us much.
They're asking why are we trying to leave the hotel early. Cuba right now is facing one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. Cuba's government is a one-party communist-ruled country, and they are facing massive food shortages, daily blackouts, and a lack of medicine. And right now, a U.S. blockade is restricting oil and gas.
Oh my. Yeah, thank you, numbnuts. A U.S. blockade is restricting oil access. If you don't have oil, a country cannot survive. A country cannot be run. You need energy. We are depriving the Cubans of that precious, vital, crucial energy. And then we're like, oh, look, communism doesn't work. Oh, look, they're living in squalor. Yeah, it's because of the literal fucking blockade that we've put on Cuba. It's like, it's the same exact concept of victim shaming and victim blaming the Palestinians living under an Israeli blockade for their poverty, for living in squalor. You guys are so high-minded. Wow. Western man, sitting in his mom's basement, podcast streamer. Clearly he knows everything about geopolitics that could possibly be known.
Inside of the country. With communism and socialism on the rise in the West, I wanted to see
What is his eyebrows doing? Why does he twitch his eyebrows like this?
what life in communism is really like.
Well, the reason why communism and socialism is on the rise in the West, one of the big reasons is we keep importing people from communist and socialist countries. We need to send them the fuck back.
He's so dumb.
And
that's what
Cuba
I think.
Has been
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. No, we know, dipshit.
being underneath communism for over 60 years. Upon arrival, I completed all required documents and had received a
Once again, people come to America because their country is in shambles because of U.S. foreign policy. Because it's much safer to be in the country doing the bombing than the country that's being bombed. Because it's much better to live in a country where the resources that were expropriated from your country have gone. Yeah, you want to go find, you know, have access to those resources which were deprived from you. So you're forced to go plead cap in hand to the Americans. That's by design.
visa for journalistic activity. However, once I landed, all my camera gear was seized, and within 24 hours, I was planning my escape out of Cuba after their intelligence followed me all day, and a 2-star general came searching
He just gobbles it up. No matter whatever the guy says in this propaganda videos, on its face, just completely 1000% true. Oh my God.
for me at the hotel.
That is insane.
Now let's go
That
see
is
the reality
so
of Cuba
insane.
and eventually plan our escape out of Cuba.
Holy shit.
Where are the people at? ¿Dónde está la gente? No hay nadie aquí en la calle. No hay nadie aquí en estas casas. ¿Dónde está la gente?
The problem is that there's no
This is vile propaganda.
not easy to move.
I do have to say one of the best ironies of all this is the fact that Nick Shirley seems to be more fluent in Spanish than he is in English. It's so fucking funny.
Oh God, so fucking funny. Nobody's laughing.
Yeah.
None of the gas stations are even in operation right now because there's quite literally no gas. When the United States
He's such a bloviating idiot.
captured Maduro, their main supplier of gas and oil was
Venezuela.
shut off. So the country right
That's
now
right.
has hardly any gas. in
Yeah, no shit. The country has no glass. He just admitted that the United States has blockaded all of the oil imports to Cuba, which is an island country which depends on foreign imports. And now he's wondering, why don't they have gas? Oh, it must be communism.
do want to get gas, you have to wait in a line from the government. The guy that we're in our
Oh
taxi
my
with right now,
God.
he said he his position to get
I feel like he's got like Tourette's or something. He's just constantly twitching.
gas is $1,200 in line, and gas from the government costs around
$1,200 in line, and it's $4 a gallon.
Oh my God, I can't believe what happens under an oil embargo.
That's Cuba.
$1, but gas, if you were to buy it on the black
It's
market,
like you're not even broaching the argument. You're not even broaching the issue. It's enraging. Even as they acknowledge what the issue is, they still pearl clutch about communism. If only we had a fleet of Asmon Golds to go into Cuba and correct all of their errors in running the country.
costs $10 per liter. That's $40
It's also pretty funny. We have a gas crisis right now. It's like in some places it's like $7 for a gallon of gas, and we're like, but Cuba though, look at Cuba. Wow.
gallon if you were to buy gas here in Cuba. Before they captured Maduro, was there gasoline in the gas station?
Always. Always. It was easy. Nowadays it's really bad. But it was easy to get gasoline.
And for you,
every day you can go to the gasoline station and buy it normally. It was normal.
Yep.
But nowadays, it's really bad.
Does Hassan tell us Cuba's awesome? Well, he got let into Cuba so he could do propaganda for them. Like, I mean, they're literally like,
Nick Shirley was led into Cuba to do propaganda for the Americans. What's your point?
You have a lot of Western
You're doing propaganda right now, Asmon Gold, for the CIA, you dumb bitch.
that are literally cooperating with authoritarian communist.
Oh my God, not authoritarian. Anything but authoritarian communism. Obviously, dictatorships can only be communist. They could never be capitalist dictatorships. We're not living under a capitalist authoritarian system right now, clearly.
that suppress and kill their own people in order to try to own the United States.
Oh, yes. This is exactly what the Israelis say about Hamas. They kill their own people because it's bad PR for the Israelis. That's why they do it. They're just trying to make Israel look bad. That's why the Cuban government is repressing its own civilians. It's to make America look bad, of course. Gosh, they're so evil.
¿Cómo está sobreviviendo la gente aquí en Cuba?
You know, it's another way of like, this is liberalism for you. Everything that happens in a vacuum. Even as they acknowledge the power differential, the power being exerted by the United States against Cuba, which is, as I say, is right there in the dragon's teeth, right there in the imperial core, completely vulnerable to the U.S. imperial system. And as I also say, there's perhaps no greater victim of international terrorism at the hands of the United States than Cuba. But everything appears in a vacuum. Everything that happens in a vacuum, according to liberals like Asmon Gold and Nick Shirley, there's no power differential, really. If you know, a country, you know, has an oil shortage, you know, it has nothing to do with the blockade that is happening against the country, committed by a much larger superpower that is capable of, you know, implementing all these war crimes against this country. It's just, everything is just isolated. There's no power differential at all. Cuba just is, you know, dysfunctional because of its own internal contradictions.
Imagine the reality of it. With 1,000 sacrifices and 1,000 daily struggles, the average Cuban citizen is the one really going through absolute hell here in this country.
It's so interesting being here in Cuba.
I mean, apply the same principles that they're doing their analysis to, you know, what happened to the Jews in the 40s. I mean, I guess whatever happened to them was just because of their own, you know, that's their own fault. Any victim of any atrocity, it just must be their fault, right?
Because everything is just like empty. It's almost very like North Korea-like. When you come into a massive plaza, there's not even cars. Like,
there's nothing there at all. Yeah, it's just
nothing.
nothing.
Oh yeah. Look at the street. Look at the street. There's no cars. There was one motorcycle. Country's in shambles.
Site, and they have all of this other portraits of people and past leaders of Cuba, yet there's hardly anyone even here.
Oh my
It's very
God.
strange.
We even most recently shut down their entire power grid, which caused a lot of deaths in hospitals in Cuba because they need access to vital medical saving equipment that requires electricity.
Here. They're saying that this is even more quiet than during COVID, during the pandemic. Less people are even leaving the streets than during the pandemic. That's how bad the crisis is.
This guy is just, Asmongold is just eating out of Nick Shirley's asshole right now. Anything that Nick farts out on the screen, he's just like, wow, wow, oh my gosh.
Now, and the Cuban people simply just don't have money, and they also just do not have the resources like gasoline to be able to go out.
So nobody can
and
even go
continue their
outside.
normal lives right now.
Yeah, you can't even go outside. Oh, look, there's people outside, but you can't even go outside.
Hospital.
Literally, the next clip is people outside.
And like, look at this place. It's a complete shithole. Oh my God, this is awful.
Maybe you should look around your fucking room. Your roach-infested room.
Look at it.
Moment on, we noticed we were being followed by Cuban police and their intelligence after the word got out. I was asking people about communism.
And also, by the way, to say that this is the United States' fault is like the most retarded thing that you can possibly say.
Oh, great. Okay, so let's see what his take is.
The reason why it's this bad is because the government's making it this way. There's nothing about the United States that tells Cuba that they have to put people in jail for speaking out against the government. Cuba does that all by itself. So this concept that somehow Cuba would be some kind of coastal paradise, as long as
So the reason that the country is experiencing a crisis right now has nothing to do with the oil blockade. It's because the government is repressing its own citizens. Where have I heard this before? Aren't we using this same propaganda to attack Iran? The Cuban government is just, they don't know how to take care of their own citizens. We must come in and intervene and set things right because we, obviously are the Americans. We champion the course of human history. We have American exceptionalism. We can tell them how their government should be run while we blockade them from having access to vital resources. But, talking about all that, that's just a bummer, and that's just stupid propaganda. Obviously, the blockade against the Cuban island country has nothing to do with the state of affairs that the country finds itself in right now.
United States didn't come in and ruin everything. This is pure libtard delusion slop.
You can say that, and those are words, Asmongold, but when you make a claim, you have to back it up with evidence. So you actually have to do a little bit more work than just saying, you all retards. Everybody who says this is just a libtard. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. You used to love Asmongold, then he stopped playing Warcraft, got into propaganda talking points, and I stopped watching. Yeah, what is this guy? This guy's a video gamer. Cosplaying.
Place is a shithole. It's a shithole.
It'd be one thing to say, you know what, I really don't know. I'm not well read on these subjects. I'm literally just a video game streamer. I'm transitioning, trying to start talking about geopolitics, but I'm going to come in to this with an open mind and try to hear these arguments. But no, that's not exactly what he's doing. He just accepts everything at face value, whatever he's being fed, as long as it makes the United States look good, he's going to go along with it.
Ideologically, it's a shithole mechanically, and it's a shithole politically. It's a complete shithole. That's it. And if the thing is that if there was only one thing that they had wrong,
This is exactly what they say about Palestine. It's just a shithole. It's their own undoing. You used to love me, but then I started playing video games. I know, and it was all downhill from there. But I don't do it very often, Saeed, and that is out of respect for you and your lovely family, aka Hamas. I try not to. I'm a bad video gamer. Okay, I tried. Asmongold is often mistaken for a man. I thought he was a cockroach for the longest time.
example, they were really poor, but everything else was okay, then I think you could make an argument that, well, maybe the U.S. is making things a lot worse for them. But the reality is that they're making things bad for themselves.
Communist country, there's no such thing as freedom of speech.
Yep.
Oh, cool. So you like how bad I am. All right. Thanks, I guess.
Freedom of the press. In fact, if you speak out against the current regime or against communism, your neighbor can then report you to an area inside of the neighborhood where the government or the police will then come after you, and you have the risk.
I'm sure whatever Nick Shirley is saying about the Cuban society is just got to be true.
Imprisoned for speaking out against the regime.
And what's the reality of living inside of communism? ¿Qué es la realidad de vivir en comunismo?
Son presidente todo.
Yeah, and meanwhile, that's a great point. There's Guantanamo Bay, which is a U.S. enclave on the island. It's still considered an occupation. I mean, we are occupying Cuba via Guantanamo Bay. They don't have sovereignty over their complete territory, and yeah, they're running a fucking terror camp, a terrorist, whatever it's not really, but it's a way to detain political dissidents, people that are critics of the United States, who the United States labels as terrorists, and we're depriving them of all of their rights. But yes, please, let's go on about how Cuba is repressive against their own people.
They're presidents of everything. They're bosses of everything.
Así que funciona.
Hay mucha gente que está muriendo.
This is one of the things that I think is really funny, is that these people that are talking about, like, I mean, this is basically, like everything that they criticize Trump doing for being fascist, these countries do 10 times worse. There's like no logic or reasoning for this at all.
Yeah, just 10 times worse, whatever. It's just words.
Comunismo.
It's great political analysis.
Porque no hay pastilla, no hay nada para darle a la gente.
It won't be your last.
Yeah, why is there no medicine? Why is there no medicine? I mean, I should really do a deep dive and educate people on the history of Cuba and the United States and the relationship therein, because we have denied so much. It's literally like an Israeli blockade. That's how bad we've been to Cuba.
Message to the people about living life in communism.
Bueno, el último mensaje que daré es que lo más malo que hay aquí en Cuba es el comunismo.
The worst thing in Cuba is communism. To live in communism is the worst thing now in Cuba.
El comunismo.
Wow.
¿Y qué piensa ahora de su propio presidente?
What do you think about
Wow, man on the street. Well, let's throw some more anecdotes to describe systemic issues, right? I'm sure this 15-year-old kid wearing a Cleveland Cavaliers jersey walking down the street is well-versed in geopolitics and, understands everything. I'm sure he wasn't handpicked and vetted for the interview itself because he was going to say the right things.
President?
Bueno,
I don't think he's capable to be president.
No tiene la capacidad para ser presidente.
Damn. Because we are dying of hunger.
Si no trabajamos, nos morimos de hambre.
Yep.
Do you believe that it's the responsibility of the government to give food to the people? ¿Crees que es la responsabilidad del gobierno para dar comida a la gente?
Yep.
Sí.
They're the bosses and to support the people.
Tienen que abastecer al pueblo.
¿Qué piensa de lo que está haciendo Donald Trump con el
What do you think about Trump letting oil or gas into the country?
Dejando gasolina para entrar.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like listen to that question. What do you think about Trump not letting gas and oil into the country? I mean, hello? You're acknowledging the war crime as you continue to shame the Cuban government?
See, like, people are very scared to answer and even give questions and responses here because of communism. And because when you say communism, when they say that they control the food or they control the jobs, they also control the freedom of press here. So a lot of people...
He's like, what do you think about Trump not letting gas or oil into the country? Well, communism. Communism bad, that's what I have to say. I mean, even just saying that answer is like you're already, letting people know that you spoke out against communism. I can't. Okay, I tried to do it, Smurfberries. First 15, we made it how many minutes? We made it 8 minutes in. Can we move on? It's the same slop, you know?
Look closely at this stamp. A church and mosque side by side. It is a piece of evidence the British Empire tried to bury, because it proves something they didn't want the world to know, that in Palestine, Muslims and Christians moved as one. It's a very clear and familiar strategy. Pin the Christian against the Muslim. Divide and conquer by teaching division without
When you say reform, Saeed, do you mean he will be sent to the gulag? Because if that's the case, then I support that.
context. Such methods are seldom new. Those in power have always thrived on fracture, filing away the fuller story and replacing it with a singular, simplified narrative. And it's time to set the record straight.
It's exactly what Eisman-Gold did, right? Communism bad.
This narrative of Muslim versus Christian is a lie. And even in the Holy
Ah, yes, the desert gulag. Nice.
Land, they moved
It's the gulag, but with an Arab twist.
as one.
Just frog walk Asmongold into the desert. Let him find himself.
فلسطين أرض الإسلام مهد المسيح والإسلام بعصر المدنية والنور صارت في شدة وظلام وأنت فهمك كفاية حيث ملينا من الكلام غايتنا رفع الراية مع الاستقلال التام.
These were the words of Nuh Ibrahim, repeated throughout Palestine in the 1930s in streets, in cafes, in churches, and in mosques. Search the Great Revolt today. Google shows you a war from 1900 years ago. Search 1936 Palestine, a footnote. The largest anti-colonial uprising of the 20th century, erased from the first page of history. Today, if we search why the Great Revolt failed, we get the same tired answer. Internal division, a story of sectarian strife, a divide carefully invented.
Terrorism is turning into open revolt in Palestine, and British troops and police are up against a tough...
So the memory of some supposed people that existed 3,000 years ago are more important than the living people, of which number millions today, according to the Jewish testimony.
proposition. With every Arab a nationalist, any apparently peaceful citizen may be carrying a bomb.
In April 1936, the Palestinians launched what they called Al-Thawra al-Kubra, the Great Revolt. It came after the 1917 Balfour Declaration and the 1920 British Mandate for Palestine, which turned promise into policy. Land transfer to Zionist settlers. Labor systems favoring Jewish workers over their Muslim and Christian counterparts. And an economy reshaped in ways that left Arab unemployment rapidly rising. Farmers were crushed by increasing taxes and by senseless violence, with British forces killing farmers and their livestock indiscriminately. British forces raided and terrorized many villages, burning homes and shops, raping civilians, including women and boys, and killing men, women, and children without justification. The Palestinians petitioned, they pleaded, they protested, and they were ignored. The British continued their torment, and this went on for 16 years. The Great Revolt of 1936 was an organized resistance against British colonial rule, land dispossession, and accelerating Zionist settlement. Later, Western historians would rebrand it as the Arab Revolt, a subtle narrowing that stripped it of its full story, because in reality, this was a national uprising. Palestinian leaders, Muslim and Christian, formed the Arab Higher Committee. Workers' unions mobilized, farmers joined strikes, merchants closed shops. Palestinians held one of the longest general strikes in modern history, over 6 months of total commercial shutdown. But the story was shaped to set Palestinian Muslims and Christians against each other, as though the mothers of the dead had not wept over the same graves or grieved in the same tatriz dresses. Now let's go back to the original Arab records, the oral and written testimonies, the photographs that the British and Zionists buried, and let's restore the memory of a united people fighting for each other.
In spite of the unsettled political conditions in the country, 19 new settlements were founded. Many new buildings were constructed.
This memorandum, written and signed by leaders of both faiths and submitted to the British High Commission, called for an immediate halt to British-facilitated Palestinian dispossession through forced migration, opposed the institutionalized inequality between Arabs and Jews.
This is true. I mean, as soon as the Palestinians got wind that the Balfour Declaration was made in 1917, because back in those days, it took a while for news to travel from Great Britain to the Middle East, of course. But once they heard that these were the plans that were being made, that they were going to set up, you know, a Jewish enclave in Palestine and try to establish a Jewish demographic majority in a land that was not demographically Jewish and create a state for the Jews, they began to organize against it. And they sought the ear of the British Parliament. They organized these, I want to say, you know, through the interwar period between 1917 to 1939, the Arabs in Palestine created 7 or 8, something like that, committees. And the goal was to express their wishes, you know, that they remain sovereign to the British government. And I always mention this when Zionists try to say that, like, there was no, but they didn't, you know, it was a land without people for a people without land. Like, there was no opposition to what the Jews were trying to do in Palestine. It's like bullshit. They were fighting tooth and nail. They were trying to integrate their society and come up with organizations that were, you know, what is that? What is that noise? A little bit. So I'm sorry, it's just distracting. But each time that they formed these committees and went to the British government to try to get them to acquiesce or compromise on some of, you know, the Palestinian demands, the British government always made a precondition that they would only listen to the committee that they formed if they revoked their right to sovereignty first. As soon as they accepted the Balfour Declaration, the mandate for Palestine imposed by the British government, as soon as they accepted that, which deprived them of all their rights, which they formed the committee just to, you know, ensure that they would have, you know, it became a catch-22 situation, right? Because in order for them to even talk to the British government, they had to revoke the very thing that they were trying to talk to them about. And anyway, that's just a point I'd like to make.
Demanded the establishment of an independent government in Palestine and affirmed the right of the majority to self-governance. The British replied with complete silence and continued to act upon the Balfour Declaration, completely disregarding the indigenous people of Palestine, Muslim and Christian alike. This was a national stamp, a church and mosque standing side by side, a symbol founded by revolutionaries like Abdurrahim al-Hajj Muhammad, also known as Abu Kamal, one of the central commanders of the revolt. Born near Tulkarm, Abu Kamal grew up working the land, a World War I Ottoman Army veteran. He returned to work the land after his father's death, until British economic policies bankrupted him. And in 1934, he suffered another blow. His wife died, leaving him alone to care for their 4 young sons. Locals came together and decided that an alternative to diplomatic negotiations was needed, as these memorandums and appeals were falling upon deaf ears. So the idea of armed struggle against British rule and their sponsorship of Zionism began to spread. And Abu Kamal was appointed commander of a largely peasant Fallahin force. With his sons placed in the care of his sister, Abu Kamal met them for a day or two each week in secret, honoring both his fatherhood and his role as a leader. A disciplined military organizer, Abu Kamal forbade looting and personal vendettas. Everywhere he went, he emphasized the unity of the Palestinian cause. But the British colluded with Zionist forces to continuously sow hatred. The British began dispersing leaflets that made Christians feel like the Muslims were harming them and Muslims feel like the Christians were not really with them. It was classic divide and rule propaganda, often spreading fabricated claims that a certain commander had assaulted a prominent figure, carefully designed to ignite anger and suspicion. Leaflets lettered with lies, a perpetual Zionist tactic used again and again. By far the coldest accusation levied against the Muslims during the Great Revolt was the killing of Christian leader Michel Mitri. Mitri was the president of the Society of Arab Workers in Jaffa. The point of this society was to confront and obstruct the Zionist settler colonial plans. Mitri was foundational in organizing the labor strikes. He was one of the first Palestinian political prisoners, and he was Christian. Muslim leaders came to visit him, and this is photographic evidence of the camaraderie between them and Mitri. He was released soon after and returned immediately to his advocacy. In December, he attended a union meeting in Jaffa, and as he stepped outside, a masked gunman called to him and fired at close range. The bullet entered beneath his ear and exited through his cheek. The murderer was never caught.
In the narrow streets of Jaffa, Jews are taking revenge on Arabs for past murders.
Jews are taking revenge. Oh, that's a funny voice, a transatlantic accent. The Jews are taking revenge.
While on the beach next door, their friends are having mass dances to cover their return.
In the centuries since,
breaking news, the Jews are at it again.
British authorities, Zionist forces, and many Western historians have promoted one explanation, that internal Palestinian divisions led to his murder, blaming feudal rivalries or ideal.
Remember when they say no Jews, no news? I didn't say it, you did, Jew.
Logical clashes within Arab society. However, the Palestinian narrative has.
And then they say no Jews, no news, and then the other aphorism is no news is good news. So by that logic, is no Jews good news?
Consistently rejected this.
I'm just asking questions.
Why would Mitri, focused on the plight of Palestine, be killed by his own people? There is no plausible reason for any Palestinian faction to kill him. According to Arab accounts,
no Mountain Dews, just desert dews.
The assassination was a deliberate and premeditated act orchestrated by Zionist forces with the intention of destabilizing the Arab resistance movement and delegitimizing its cause. But Muslim and Christian leaders kept pushing their case. No taxation without representation. Christian leaders even emphasized that the British mandate need not show concern over Christian holy sites, as the Muslims had always adequately protected and safeguarded them. Letters, memorandums, meetings, every legal, professional, and proper method to defend their homeland, to have dignity and rights, fell on deaf ears over and over again. By 1937,
people accuse me of hating juice, but I'm not anti-citrus.
The British shifted the scheme. They
I love juice. I like apple juice. I like orange juice. I like cranberry juice.
Known criminals, armed them, and directed them towards Palestinian villages where acts of intimidation, violence, and looting would follow. The British called them the peace bands, Fasa'il al-Salam. They were ordered to ambush networks and fracture Palestinian society, often making it look like Muslims were attacking Christians or vice versa. In response, among the leading Muslim families, Abdul Qadir al-Husseini was tasked with overseeing Jerusalem and Bethlehem, where the majority of the Christians lived, protecting villages and organizing local defense. Abdul Qadir was the son of the mayor of Jerusalem, Musa al-Husseini. Just 2 years before the Great Revolt, in March 1934, at the age of 80, Musa was leading a peaceful protest, but was brutally beaten by the British, with the injuries eventually leading to his death. His father had stood in protest, and now he would stand in battle. Abdul Qadir al-Husseini gathered fighters and moved against the gangs, breaking their grip and shielding the targeted communities.
The Arab revolt remains a grave problem. Troop reinforcements pour in to help put down terrorism against Jewish...
The Arab revolt remains a great problem. Revolt against what now?
Inhabitants.
The British responded with overwhelming force.
They're not responding to the colonialism in a manner that we like.
Infantry, artillery, armored vehicles, even aircraft. A full-scale assault. against the local population. The imbalance was staggering. Violence raged for months, a brutal year of the British forces versus the so-called rebels. In September of 1937, following the assassination of a British district commissioner, the British Mandate Authority declared martial law and dissolved the Arab Higher Committee.
The mayor of Jerusalem has been deported. 5 other Arab leaders have been arrested, and the Arab High Committee declared illegal.
Abdul Qadir al-Husseini fled to Iraq in 1938, but returned years later to die a martyr near Jerusalem. In the same way Palestinians face collective punishment today, the British did not differentiate between the Christians or the Muslims when it came to punishment, so they were tortured alike. And by 1939, the revolt was crushed. Propaganda campaigns promoted British authority and discouraged remaining insurgency, but the numbers didn't add up. Palestinian Christian men killed by the British were tallied only as Christian deaths, not Arab, subtly shifting blame onto Muslims. Meanwhile, the land grab continued, settlements expanded, and the dispossession deepened. The British keep writing history their way, tucking away oral testimonies, letters, signatures, mountains of proof that tell a completely different story. The so-called crusade narrative thrives on fear. It reduces billions of people to caricatures and keeps communities locked in suspicion.
Islamic would like to see every Christian and freedom-loving American convert to Islam.
Did he say Islamic? This guy can't even speak right.
Islamic would like to see every Christian and freedom.
Islamic, which is an adjective, Islamic would like to see every Christian.
Loving American convert to Islam or face death. I love this country. I love that it's a Christian nation.
Is it? I don't know. Seems more Jewish than anything.
It's going to stay that way.
It's going to stay that way, yeah.
When that language resurfaces
now give me that butt plug.
In modern politics, it gives cover to deeply anti-Muslim rhetoric, and it justifies an American warmongering attitude against Muslim nations. A Christian versus Muslim framing fixates on wars and clash, often overlooking the far more common stories of companionship and a shared common history. This is where the lie stops.
الله يحيي المعتقلين والزعماء المنفيين نياله اللي تعذب في سبيلك يا فلسطين.
We began this video with stanzas by Nuh Ibrahim, the poet of the people who fought with lines of Levantine poetry that have been erased from British archives. His writings were always about resilience, resistance, and national solidarity that transcends religious and political boundaries. Nuh Ibrahim was killed at the mere age of 25 on a Friday in Ramadan on October 28, 1938. His dead body was thrown into a well by the British, only to be retrieved by locals and mourned in Tamra. On this anniversary of the Great Revolt, we refuse the lie.
Dude, so many fucking crimes that have just been consigned to the trash bin of history. Think about how many people have lost their lives that we'll never hear about.
It was British colonial policy and Zionist settlement organizations that brought blood and betrayal, death and division to the Holy Land. There are no walls between the Christians and the Muslims of Palestine. And our occupiers did not distinguish between us then or now.
Okay, that was a good video. Sobering, historical, informational, educational, and also deplorable when you consider all of the crimes that have been committed against the Palestinians.
Going to describe will probably sound like a bad science fiction movie, but that's what's written into law. Right now in law, that's going to be implemented for it says for 2026 and beyond. Now, the reality is the technology doesn't exist, but that doesn't keep legislators from imagining things that they would like to do to infringe on civil liberties. But there is a law that states that every vehicle manufactured is going to have a kill switch in it.
In yet another example of Congressman Thomas Massie looking out for the American people and being incredibly principled in his libertarian values, he and other lawmakers are warning Americans about what is known as these so-called automobile kill switches. Now, the majority of Congress voted to support this notion, this idea, this policy, and so it is set to become law this year. But there are nuances to this story that I think are important to know about. And I want to be clear, the whole idea of these kill switch, car features, devastating, disastrous. The fact that Congress supported this tells you everything you need to know about our lawmakers. We need to vote them out, okay? Any lawmaker who supported this needs to go. So bear with me as I explain the kill switch.
Keir, why do you cut to the core of me the way that you do?
So it's
okay, Keir, but why are you yelling?
A provision that originates not from the Trump administration. Let's be clear about that. It originates from section 24,220 of the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So Democrats, please come at me about how Biden accomplished so many wonderful things with his infrastructure bill. Did he though? Did he? Because
Diddy was mentioned.
When I look at that infrastructure bill, what I see personally is a lot of handouts to private companies, violations of our privacy, and all sorts of, privatization of public lands. So I just need the American people to not buy into the partisan scam anymore and realize that both parties are effing us hard.
Yes.
Very, very hard.
You hear that, Kyle Kulinski?
So, the section that we're going to discuss reads as follows, okay? To ensure the prevention of alcohol-impaired driving fatalities, advanced drunk and impaired driving prevention technology must be standard equipment in all new passenger motor vehicles. But why? Why are we making the assumption that we're all like drunk drivers?
We're all goy cattle.
And we need to be monitored in our own
We have to be saved from ourselves.
Private property.
You hear that, bad empanada? That's right.
Our cars are our property, right? So our cars are now going to be monitoring us? Okay, let's keep going. I hate this. By the way, Gavin Newsom pushing hard for a policy that would automatically slow down your car if you go over the speed limit. What is this nanny state BS? I hate this kind of garbage. Anyway, let's keep going. The term advanced drunk and impaired driving prevention technology means a system that can passively monitor the performance of a driver of a motor vehicle to accurately identify whether the driver may be impaired and prevent or limit motor vehicle operation if an impairment is detected. Oh, wow, we're really relying on this monitoring technology to not only monitor us, which is super creepy, but on top of that, to be accurate in determining whether or not we're impaired.
All we had to do was arrest some pedophiles. But no, this is what we get.
And by the way, hold that thought because the technology ain't there. So we should all be concerned about this. Now, further, it can passively and accurately detect whether the blood alcohol concentration of a driver of a motor vehicle is equal to or greater than 0.08% and prevent or limit motor vehicle operation if a blood alcohol concentration above the legal limit is detected or is a combination of systems described in subparagraphs A and B. Okay. So in other words, our lawmakers voted in favor of installing, mandating technology in our cars that monitors every single one of us, collects data on every single one of us, and gets to determine whether or not we are allowed to operate our own vehicles. Now, if you are someone who has a history of substance abuse, you're, driving under the influence, I thought we had a solution for that. I thought you blow into the device and that gets to decide whether or not your car starts.
You swing the chicken.
Why is every single American indiscriminately going to be monitored by their own cars? What is this? This is garbage. So that same year, by the way,
I'm sure they're using that data for all kinds of other shit too.
2021, Congress passed legislation that specifically mandates that the technology be installed in new cars. So the Department of Transportation was tasked with,
dystopia. It's like I thought that I thought this was free market capitalism. I thought that we hated the government could regulate the economy and get involved in our private lives, and yet here we have government legislation, kill switch mandate for all new cars. But please tell me about how Cuba is repressing its own civilians.
Creating and implementing the standard for these kill switches. But as the years have passed, there's been a lot of problems, as you can imagine, right? So the technology to
Thank you for the gifts, guys. I
carry out
appreciate
the
that.
mandate still isn't good enough because it's oftentimes inaccurate. This year, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration wrote the following. Currently, detection technology around the legal limit continues to have an error rate that could be unacceptably high. But who cares? Congress should just vote in favor of it anyway, right? They can't be bothered to A, read the entirety of the legislation they're voting in favor of, and B, determine whether or not that technology is accurate enough to implement a mandate on. Even a 99.9% detection accuracy level could result in millions to tens of millions of instances each year where the technology would incorrectly prevent or limit drivers from operating their vehicles or fail to prevent or limit impaired drivers from doing so. Remember when we were all deluded into thinking that technology improves our lives? Well, we've now surpassed that era. We're now in the era of how can technology be mandated in Americans' lives to make their lives a lot worse? Okay. So it's not entirely clear how this technology would work in practice, right? So it could take the form of a breathalyzer-like device. We already have breathalyzers, so why don't we just keep going with that system? Or maybe the car would monitor the driver's behavior, like how much they're...
So I've been wondering why I've been getting all these GIFs on YouTube. Why am I now getting GIFs on YouTube live stream? Because it used to be just super chats. I had no idea that there were GIFs. But now all of a sudden, very suddenly, I'm getting GIFs, and it says I'm getting GIFs on a YouTube live stream because other viewers are purchasing them to support the community. But what is a gift? Why was I chosen? Apparently, I previously opted in to allow gifts on my account. YouTube automatically prioritizes viewers who are actively watching, chatting, and interacting. Live stream gifts are called jewels, and rubies. If you are streaming as a creator, viewers can send you virtual animated gift overlays directly onto your live video feed. How it works, viewers use real money to buy a digital currency called jewels. It sounds pretty Jewish. They use jewels to trigger the animations during your horizontal or vertical live streams. When a viewer sends an animation, you earn a digital balance called rubies. I'm sure this is just another way to make sure that YouTube content creators get paid less and less, and more of it just goes to YouTube through the intermediary of this virtual currency called suspiciously jewels. YouTube converts these rubies into cash payouts via your linked AdSense account. Yeah, okay. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the class war we find ourselves in. But I do thank you for all the gifts. I see them popping up on the YouTube chat, not on the StreamYard for some weird reason. But it's a new development. I just wanted to learn about it.
Swerving on the road. But there's still no clear timeline. And that's what I wanted to be clear about in this story, because there's a lot going around on social media about how beginning in 2027, the kill switches will be mandated on every...
Yes, in accordance with new YouTube policy, now you will be gifted golden pagers in your live stream. Best of luck, Goyam.
That's not necessarily true. So no further congressional approval is needed for the mandate to proceed, but NHTSA must finalize the rule before automakers face compliance deadlines. As of April 2026, no final rule has been issued, and full implementation is not expected before 2027 at the earliest. The technology applies only to new passenger vehicles manufactured after the
Yeah, you got to spend the gifts at the company store. There you go.
date of the final standard, not of the 2027 law. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go into effect in 2027. You have to wait for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to finalize their standards, and it seems like they're having a difficult time doing that because the technology ain't there yet. So it will not be retrofitted into older cars.
I need like a 1992 Ford Tempo. That's the only fucking car I'll trust at this point.
So keep your older cars.
Yeah.
Don't get rid of them. If you own a car outright, keep it.
Yeah.
If you don't own a car outright, try to do so.
Everything's getting shittier.
Buy a car that doesn't have this technology mandated within it. Once the NHTSA finalizes their rule, car manufacturers will have 2 to 3 years to add that technology.
I want the crappiest car from the 80s that I could possibly find from some junkyard. I'll just soup it up.
To their cars. In the meantime,
I don't want your Jewish cars.
Is working really hard to try to defeat this mandate.
It's like the whole economy is just some guy going, like she did. That's what it is. It's like, well, how can we make more? How can we eke more out of the goyim?
In January,
everything must be privatized.
For instance, he proposed an amendment that would prohibit funds for implementing the kill switch, which in my opinion is fine, but doesn't go far enough. And by the way, that amendment failed. I hate Congress.
These people need cars, you say. Well. Oh, they need food? Healthcare? Housing? Education?
I don't hate Congress enough. You do not hate Congress enough. These people hate you.
Yes.
They work
thank
against you. They
Anna.
make your life worse.
Exactly.
Vote them out. They're garbage.
Fuck them.
And only 4 Democrats
They
and
hate you
160
so
and 60
fucking
Republicans,
much.
I should say, voted in favor. So
fucking
Every
hate
time you ring
us. They hate us so bad, man. That's why they have the job of Congress, is because they hate you. They're so good at hating us. That's the only reason they're in positions of power, is to implement more vicious class war against the public majority. And I just want you to hate them as much as they hate you. Why would you return in kind, or why would you not return in kind, the level of hate that's being leveled at you? To these slimy careerists in the Congress that are doing the bidding of an entirely separate class of baby-eating pedophiles. But you'll go to the car lot and buy another goy car. Because you have to. What other options are there, right?
I've asked repeatedly Israeli guests, pro-Israeli guests, why is it that as we talk about Iran not being allowed to have a nuclear weapon, why is it that Israel is consistently allowed and given a pass to never say whether it has a nuclear weapon or not?
I know the answer to that question. It's illegal for America to give aid to Israel if they're a nuclear weapon state that has not signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So they lie and they give this strategic ambiguity and pretend they don't know that
It's
Israel...
also illegal for Americans to supply weapons to a state that's committing crimes against humanity, which Israel's doing. It's in violation of the Leahy laws. That's America's domestic laws. But when has that ever stopped us? It's illegal. Shut up, nerd.
It's a nuclear weapon state. That way, conspiracy nothing. It's the Glenn Symington law. It says it's illegal to give them aid if they're a nuclear weapon state that does not sign the NPT.
Damn, that guy knows his shit. He busted out, what was it, Simon and Finkelstein? Guild
And the NPT. State that does not aid if there's illegal. It's a Symington law.
The Glenn and Symington law. Wow, we're learning. Glenn and Symington otherwise known as the Symington Amendment, is legislation authored to strengthen the U.S. position on nuclear non-proliferation. The Foreign Assistance Act, thank you, Left of Tube, of 1961 was amended by the Symington Amendment. In 1976, it banned U.S. economic and military assistance and export credits to countries that deliver or receive, acquire, or transfer nuclear enrichment technology. We're looking at you, Iran, when they do not comply with IAEA regulations. Okay, if you'll just indulge me, I want to take in this little podcast. Poopcast. We're going poopcasting. This is Alistair Poop. Alistair Croop.
Which I think is a hinge moment, that America gave the same structure to Israel. And if you go back to Ben Gurion, when Ben Gurion wrote about the appropriate defenses for Israel, he was very clear about this, and he said, we're a small country. We're on a small geographic area. We have a small population and limited resources. We can't afford a big standing army. It took Vietnam to get the United States to the same conclusion about the difficulty of maintaining standing armies. So we have to have a small professional army and rely heavily.
If I did, I don't remember the name. David Wilcox.
His
name was David Wilcox?
Rely mainly on reservists for our weapons when we need to. But he also said, and this goes back to, he was Clausewitzian in this point. And Ben Gurion said, our army is not about, if you like.
Ray, I don't have a Telegram page, but it's funny that you ask that because I was considering it within the past couple days. But we have a Discord. People tell me that Telegram is better. Would you guys sign up for a Telegram page if I started one, or would you guys join it? Because maybe I will. I don't know. It is better? Okay. You guys like Telegram. There's the Discord link if you fuck with Discord. All right, Martin's on board with the Telegram page. Hot Dog is decidedly against it. Okay, Traceface has got the info. He's like part of a group of people that up there with David Icke and bringing about collective consciousness, spiritual awakenings, and also the disillusionment of Israel and how awful they are. He was trying to bring awareness to what they were doing as well, and he was killed very suspiciously, and he actually had premonitions or recollections that he was going to be killed, not prime editions, but he was being threatened that he was going to be killed. We saw a weird podcast of some guy that was, I don't think it was David Wilcox. I'll look into it. Unless you have a link about it on the Discord, I'll take a look there too.
It is a means to finding solutions. That's what Ben Gurion said. It's a means for finding political resolution too. War is a method of politics, is a component of politics. Now today, Israeli senior commentators, retired colonels and others.
Retarded colonels, what? No, retired. Oh, retired.
Saying, look what's happened to Israel. We have, after the 7th of October, our government has embraced this thing which they call permanent security. Permanent security is a sort of idea that came from, in fact, from Germany in the Second World War, because they wanted to secure a 1,000-year Reich. But with permanent war, and I quote, Professor Landau says, with permanent war, there's no end game. The end game is an undifferentiated mass of Amalek. And we know what Amalek is, something that has to be destroyed. That was Yahweh instructed.
Oh, yeah.
And so that is fused into a sense that what happened on 7th of October was a form of Holocaust. And they've said that very clearly. And the Holocaust that was on the 7th of October. And this is translated into an idea that there will be, and this is something Professor Bartov, a different man, has said, is not something that happened in the past, but something always at our threshold. There will be another Holocaust if we don't meet every threat with full force and destroy it at its root. After 7th of October, these two things fused. Hamas attack was framed as a Holocaust act, and Hamas became Nazis.
And so let me ask you on that point there, if I just showed you that President Trump and many of his allies are implying that, well, we're going to go back to war, which would seem to support that theory of perpetual war. This weekend on 60 Minutes, actually last night here in the United States on CBS News, Benjamin Netanyahu was asked pretty much point blank about whether we're going to go back to war. He wouldn't directly answer the question, but when it came to the Iranian nuclear material, he said, yeah, Trump told me he's going to go in and get it. And he didn't shy away from that. And that can only mean a resumption of war. But there was this also on the news yesterday with Israeli analyst Danny Centrinovich.
Yes, it's Centrinovich.
Centrinovich, sorry. I always have a tongue tied on that last name. He seemed to think that there's another problem.
Israel is hoping for no agreement. For Israel, no deal is better than a bad deal. And I'm sure that Israel is trying to pressure the president not to reach a deal, because a deal will block Israel's path to an attack, continuous attack in Iran. But even worse than that, Netanyahu cannot challenge President Trump out of the open like he did to President Obama. So the problem that Netanyahu has, that if Trump will reach an agreement, then nobody will challenge this agreement in the future regarding the US political sphere. So Netanyahu has problem in that regard, so he's trying to do his utmost to prevent any deal. For Israel, any deal between Iran and US is a very bad deal, so Israel hoping for no deal, and of course, if push comes to shove, returning back to war, then Israel can aim for the Iranian civilian infrastructure.
So no
well,
deal.
They are challenging that. I mean, serious. This is now, it's gone viral in the Hebrew press. These former generals, former colonels, and others have said, listen, we do not have the troops for this to fight this multi-front war, this permanent war, security war. As it's framed, we would need 6 or 7 IDFs.
I think Iran has the Epstein files at this point. Everybody's got the Epstein files, except for us.
We don't have that many.
I mean us as in the American public.
Don't have it. The head of the general staff came to the cabinet the other day and said, I want to raise 4 or 10 actually red lights.
Now, why would you say something like that, Gato? Unless you have a guilty conscience, what did you do this time?
He said, the IDF is imploding. It's crashing. We just cannot manage.
Oh, gosh, please. I can only get so hard. I mean, I've heard this so many times. The IDF is imploding. I'm like, when is it going to be imploded?
Now, there's another part of this that is essential to understand, that this is being allied, and this is what they're complaining about. Permanent security, we can't allow even populations to exist. They must be exterminated or they must be removed from the land for our permanent. We must deal with any
It's an interesting theory, Lolo.
potential threats at their root. And this is the point. That's why it came from another area. But this is their idea, and that allied with the messianic idea of redemption, of the right in Israel, they say is going to lead to the destruction of Israel. This is what they are saying, and it is everywhere in the Hebrew press saying that this is a huge threat to Israel, because the idea that you can actually create redemption by taking, seizing, and holding greater Israel and settling it, and that being redemptive and a redemption.
Why can't these Jews just chill the fuck out? Why do they need more?
If you go to this eschatological element,
They've already won. They already populate all of our media, financial institutions, government, you know, go around the world as you like it. But they're still unhappy?
and fuse it with the military doctrine of permanent security, then we are finished. The only solution to save Israel.
I don't want a kill chain. I just want a chill chain. Do you feel me? It's just chill.
Is to go back to Ben Gurion. So to repeat what Ben Gurion said, we have to stay within our borders. We have to be within our borders, and we have to use force, if we're obliged to use force, as a means to political relationship with others in the region. This is totally at odds with Netanyahu, what he said on that video, and what Trump believes in either. They are saying it just is, Israel cannot do it. Well, you can imagine that, you know, so what I'm saying basically is the United States has lost the war in Iran. It's a huge affair geopolitically and
guys, I don't know how to take this, but Hot Dog is threatening me right now on my own live stream, and I'm feeling really vulnerable. If you ban me, he says, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Yeah, imagine being the key word there, bucko. Because it doesn't exist. It's not actually a reality, Hot Dog.
In many ways, they have lost the war in Iran.
Delusions of grandeur, Hot Dog.
But also Israel.
Hot Dog, you are a disgrace.
Is losing the war for Greater Israel. It's lost it, and it knows, and most of the military are saying,
Hot Dog, you're a fucking corn dog. All right, that's what Bergamot said. Okay, I didn't say that.
It's just not possible to do this. We have to go back to what Ben Gurion said. We have to retreat back in our borders, and we have, in other words, to have relationships with us, other states, whether we use certain amount if we defend ourselves, but otherwise.
Why do I feel like the chatters are now, they're teaming up against me?
War is an element of politics.
Oh, Joe Blow with the comment of the stream. Gotcha. He's going to need to catch up. Wasn't that funny? I didn't hear you laugh though. Are you going to laugh at the joke because it was funny? Go ahead. Why don't you just give it a laugh? There you go. Doesn't that feel good? There you go. Yeah, okay. All right, that's enough. All right, shut up. Jesus. It wasn't that funny. Good Lord.
Simply war for itself, not war to destroy an idea of enemies that will emerge, and that we mustn't allow anyone, their children, to emerge because they could be terrorists too. It won't work. And
are you serious, Martin? That's the only thing that would make you laugh. You're such a crude, crass individual, and you know that this stream is professional, okay? We have a decorum. We have a way of going about ourselves. We don't condone this petty, crass humor. Oop. Sorry, that I let one slip. I'm sorry about that. Just as I was, man, every time I try, and you guys just pull me back in. It's like I can't even. Oh my God. Oh Lord, I need to check my diaper after that. That was, ooh, I've changed. I can't even go back. That was transcendental.
We will destroy ourselves.
And Alistair,
so
can
there
I
is
ask
a
you a
big
question?
change.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because as I see it, and I agree with your saying, because the logic is behind there. And if we go like Netanyahu, like Lindsey Graham, and all these other guys, if we go back to try and finish
and maybe a few liquids too, Saeed.
Job militarily, I think that we're just destroying.
In fact, right now would be a great time to remind you that this stream is sponsored by Pampers, the industrial strength diaper that the IDF uses.
Our own futures, and I think it's going to go bad. But let me ask you a question. If these generals that you're talking about and other politicians who are advocating that, if Netanyahu either left office, was voted out or something, and some new people came in, given all that's happened in Gaza since 10/7, all that's happening right now in Lebanon with all the destruction and the death and stuff.
You guys are so gross, man.
Is it possible for Israel to say, all right, we're going to go back to the Ben Gurion model and we're going to live at peace with these neighbors? How hard is it going to be because of the last
Ben Gurion model where we live in peace with our neighbors? Ben Gurion started the fucking Haganah, the first paramilitary terrorist group that predated the IDF. But sure, yeah, the Ben Gurion peace model.
2.5 years of warfare.
Well, it's, I mean, I'm not suggesting that it's good, and I didn't suggest it's going to be easy and happen, but this is a very serious debate that is taking place. And
I love my pizza buffet. It's my favorite type of pizza.
It reflects a division.
Foreskin pizza is the best. You add a little cream cheese in there, it's a great topping for all. All love the taste of the pizza buffet.
Because on the one hand, you've got the more secular Ashkenazi elements who saw redemption in secular terms. They're both religious, but they are of the kind that saw it in a sort of globalist way, that it would provide security and wealth. And Ben Gurion said, you know, if we want to succeed as a state, we need to have a good...
All of the chickens at Papa John's are swung fresh and hot out the kitchen. Could I outro the stream with some of my music? I could. I'd do it from time to time. I don't like to impose on people, but since you asked.
Economy, and we need to have, you know, a working system, and we need to have a community.
And thank you for the super chat.
Functions. And so there are those, but then you have the Messianic right who want to force redemption, force it by military means, seizing territory, seizing Lebanon, seizing...
My special sauce. My sauce is the boss. You bootlegged my pirate song track? Are you crazy? That's just what a pirate would do, so I guess I have to... approve that. But yeah, totally. Forced RDR2. You want me to play Red Dead Redemption? Is that what I'm hearing, Saeed? I thought you didn't like my video game streams.
In Syria, seizing other parts, seizing Iran.
No, I'm just kidding. I get the joke. I get it, okay?
Or destroying Iran. So that a greater Israel can be established.
Why did I make my mustache like the guy from the Toto Band? Because I blessed the rains down in Africa. That's what you don't understand. And when you bless the rains down in Africa, they give you this complimentary mustache.
Settled by Jews, and it would be a Jewish state. And those two groups are to a certain extent at odds with one another. But the Ashkenazi have always commanded...
This guy's upset about my pausing abilities. Look, you're just going to have to understand that this is what it is, all right? I am the pause chief. Sorry. I threw up a little bit. Oh my God, that was really unflattering. I'm so sorry. I definitely just vomited. That was bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Army and commanded most of the political post until the last government, when the Mizrahim came in. These are the Jews from the Middle East and from North Africa, came into power. And they're in power now, and they have a much more, if you like, radical Armageddon view that I remember listening to Smotrich 6-7 years ago in a video saying to the Likud members that he was talking to, and he said to them, look, this is our project. We want to clear, we want to get the land of Israel back, i.e. Greater Israel, and we want to do this. But I have to tell you.
All right, I'm sorry. I don't know. I
one thing, and this is important. We'll only be successful finally if we have a big war.
We all must have a big war.
Chelsea is a Zionist. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Speaking of dead kids, she's a big fan of abortions.
Nice.
Chelsea's been scraped more times than the grill at Benihana.
Whoa!
Speaking of tossing tiny shrimp into a child's mouth, Chelsea Handler went to dinner at Jeffrey Epstein's house in 2010.
Wow.
It's just a fun one. You can look it up. There's articles. It wasn't like a big party. There was like 7 people there. And it was like Prince Andrew and Woody Allen were there. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Chelsea Handler.
And Shane, just so you
Damn.
know, Judaism and Zionism
She had to follow that.
are 2 different things. Kind of like how Chinatown and Koreatown are 2 different things, but your favorite slur works in both places. Shane has been accused of being anti-Asian, which is ironic considering he has the complexion and physique of a steamed dumpling.
Not funny. Yeah, not funny. Zionists, they just don't have a sense of humor. Their sense of humor is literally sadism. That's it. (9/11) exploding mural
Mobile
van.
command vehicle. All right, listen, you gotta help me out. I have a report of a gas leak in Stuyvesant High School across the street from the Trade Center. If there's any unit that can go over there and check it out, that would be good. If not, I'll send another unit. All right, stand by. I'll see if I can get somebody for you. All right, 10-4. Is there any unit in relocating to Lower Manhattan, the 1st Battalion that's on the air right now? Ladder 135 acting ladder 5, okay? Negative. Other unit that's... Unit acting engine 6. Acting engine 6. What unit acting 6? Engine 321. 321 acting 6. Go over to Stuyvesant High School. Check out a gas leak. What's its location? So opposite the World Trade Center.
10-4.
10-4. All units stand by. 321 acting 6. We're going to get you a box. You're going in by yourself to Stuyvesant High School. It's on West Street. The school's been evacuated. 10-4. To Manhattan. Units stand by in Los Angeles, please. All units stand by.
I don't know what to make sense of this. Urban moving systems. I need more context. Let's see. This is 51 seconds. That's perfect for my ADHD.
What actually kind of intrigued me more, Talia, about what you said is a colleague told me that there was like 100,000 articles written around the world on hantavirus in the last couple of days. And that's not typical for a hantavirus outbreak. Certainly there's always attention and people get scared, but that's the other thing with COVID. It was COVID 24/7.
Yeah.
And then when you said in your intro about how it seems to be driven by influencers, I'm sorry if I'm getting too I don't know. I actually never want to use the word tin hat because I'm not a tin hat, but these patterns are anomalous. Why with just this?
The only difference between a tin hat and a tiny hat is the letter Y.
little outbreak of a few cases, suddenly like it's consuming the world's media cycle. Like, for instance, I'm on talking about it today. What, it's because it's being driven by something.
Great, Saeed.
What
So you hate me. Got it.
Kind of intrigued me more, and tell you about what you said is a colleague told me that there was like 100,000 articles written around the world on hantavirus in the last couple of days. And that's not typical for a hantavirus outbreak. Certainly there's always attention and people get scared, but like, that's the other thing with COVID. It was COVID 24/7. And then
Dr. Pierre Corey exposes a massive media anomaly. He reveals over 100,000 articles were published globally about hantavirus in days. He confirms this massive coordination is entirely unnatural. Okay, so it's Jewish? Why is a minor outbreak suddenly consuming the global media cycle? These are very good questions. Very, very good. Okay, all right, let's see, Saeed. Our resident oil baron. Wow, great. Thank you for the 30-minute clip. That's awesome, Saeed. That's so... Man. How very Jewish of you.
October 7th, a false flag attack? Maybe. Okay. It wasn't as funny the second time, I'll admit. But here's the thing, guys. I just spent the last 3 or 4 days going maximum tinfoil hat on October 7th while binging on a cocktail of Adderall, rye whiskey, and pure concentrated spite for Benjamin Netanyahu. And the conclusion I've come to is that if it wasn't a false flag...
Rye? You gotta go bourbon.
...attack, then man, they sure went out of their way to do a lot of really weird and sketchy shit to make it seem exactly like a false flag attack. Just everything about it, just from the absolutely staggering amount of warning that the Israeli government had that this attack was coming from a billion different directions that they all just completely ignored. And then there's the response to the attack, which was just catastrophically slow, ineffective, and counterproductive, not to mention the now infamous Hannibal Directive, which we will get into, where some unspecified number of Israelis were killed by friendly fire. And furthermore, there was the deliberate bullshit propaganda campaign after the attack that was pushed by Israeli and American government officials and media that has since been completely debunked. Propaganda that is especially troubling considering that this attack was used for the immediate and overwhelming retaliation that turned Gaza into a parking lot, thereby massively accelerating the Greater Israel Project, which was overwhelmingly to the benefit of the Netanyahu administration. But does all of this mean that it was definitely a false flag attack? Look, I'm not going to make that decision for you, okay? You're an adult, hopefully. But what I will do is lay out all of the evidence that I consider to be most relevant to the question of whether it was a false flag and let you come to your own conclusion. So there's a ton of different threads to pull on. This is going to be kind of a speed run of the things that I think are most relevant to the question at hand. Believe me when I say I narrowed this list down quite a lot. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the many warnings that the Israeli government ignored that this attack was coming, and then move on to the response to the attack once it started. And finally, we'll talk about the propaganda that was issued after the attack was concluded that was used to begin the genocide in Gaza. Now, a couple of quick disclaimers before we dive into it. First and foremost, this was a tragic event. People died. Children died, okay? And it is not my intention to disrespect any of the people that died in this on either side. Now, I am going to be disrespectful as shit to the Israeli government, but like that's just kind of baked in at this point. At least I'm letting you know what my bias is as we go into this. Second of all, even if this was not a false flag attack, it still would not justify the Palestinian genocide that began basically immediately after the attack took place. The taking of innocent life does not justify the taking of other innocent life. It just doesn't work that way. Thirdly, there are aspects of this attack which are debated even to the present day. There's even disagreement within different factions of the Israeli government as to what exactly happened in the lead up and the aftermath of this attack. So If I say something that you disagree with or you think I got something wrong, let me know down in the comments. I'm not above making a retraction if it's necessary. So let's start with the
You know, I never thought I'd agree with fart on my balls, but I have to say fart on my balls has a great point here.
Undisputed facts. Okay, what things about this attack can we all agree happened? Now, unfortunately, a lot of the raw data that we have about this attack comes directly from the IDF, and I trusted them about as much as I trust an Israeli sniper within range of an unarmed 14-year-old child. But anyway, here is what we know. At 6:30 a.m. on October 7th, Hamas began the attack with a rocket barrage. In total, over 4,000 rockets were fired into Israel from Gaza. After that, approximately 6,000 Gazans crossed the wall at 119 different breach points using explosives, bulldozers, paragliders.
Shut up, Enrico. Suave. Like, I'm sorry if I repeat myself. You know what, Enrico, why don't you just go fart on your balls while you're at it?
And once gaps were opened in the wall, they crossed using motorcycles, pickup trucks, and on foot. Of the 6,000 Gazans that breached the wall, 3,800 were Nukba force members, 2,200 were civilians and other militants who followed through the openings. 21 different Israeli communities and sites were attacked, plus multiple IDF bases and the Nova Music Festival. Officially, the IDF estimates that approximately 1,500 Gazans were killed, and about 1,200 Israelis were killed, with 3,400 wounded. Of those Israelis killed, about 380 were IDF or security forces, so about 25% of the fatalities, and about 74% of the total of those killed were men, which means only 26% of those killed were women. Only about 5% of the Israelis that were killed were under the age of 18 or over the age of 70, which means that despite the propaganda campaigns that would follow, women, children, and the elderly were not disproportionately targeted. And of course, 250 Israeli hostages were taken into Gaza after the attack. The other thing that is basically universally agreed on at this point is that the attack represented a catastrophically bad, almost unbelievable failure on the part of the Israeli military and intelligence services. Basically, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Every warning sign was ignored. Every step that could have been taken to either prevent the attack or mitigate it was completely botched. And the extent of this failure, which seems to go well beyond mere negligence, is a big part of the reason why so many people have come to the conclusion that it was a false flag attack. So let's break down the warning signs that were ignored by the Israelis in the lead up to the attack. Number one, the Jericho Wall document. Codenamed Jericho Wall was a roughly 40-page Hamas attack plan that the Israeli intelligence community was in possession of for more than a year before October 7th. The document outlined virtually exactly what would eventually happen: a rocket barrage followed by drone strikes.
This is an underrepresented statistic, and more people need to know this truth. Cool Cat is absolutely right.
On border surveillance towers, paragliders, motorcycles, and a multi-point fence breach.
Unless your balls hang low like mine do.
To attack military bases. The document was dismissed as unrealistic by intelligence officials, which, well, yeah, that really worked out, didn't it, guys? Number two, the Devil's Advocate warnings. The Devil's Advocate unit is a specialized IDF intelligence unit dedicated to finding holes and vulnerabilities in official IDF policy or military strategy. Apparently, the head of this unit issued 4 separate warnings in the 3 weeks leading up to October 7th that a Hamas attack was likely imminent. These warnings were issued to all major decision makers in the IDF and the Israeli government. And
so you would rather fart on the balls than being the ball that was getting farted on? It's a principled position, okay? I support that.
Were all ignored. So in other words, an Israeli intelligence unit which specializes in preventing the kind of attack that Hamas would perpetuate by,
and furthermore,
identifying vulnerabilities in military strategy, issued 4 separate warnings in the 3 weeks leading up to the attack, and nobody did anything.
I always wonder, like, people that are just randomly in the stream that just join at the moment we start talking about farting on balls. I always wonder, like, what are they thinking in their minds?
With that information. Okay. Number 3, Egyptian intelligence warnings. In the days before the attack, Israel was also warned repeatedly by Egypt's intelligence chief, General Abbas Camel, who called...
Saeed, thank you for the sage-like advice. Wise words. You've experienced and seen so much about the world. Thank you for passing on such insightful educational information to the younger generations, lighting the way.
Netanyahu
with a match. But don't use that match to... Never mind.
Personally, and warned him that Gaza was about to do, quote, something unusual, a terrible operation. After the attack, Netanyahu repeatedly denied receiving such warning, calling reports of it, quote, fake news. His national security advisor, Sachi Hanegbi.
Zachi Hanegbi. Come on, it rolls off the tongue. It's like French, you know? It's a romance language. Zachi Hanegbi.
Ziki Sauce Hammurabi denied it as
Ziki Sauce Hammurabi. That's pretty funny.
Well, but the Egyptian sources were corroborated by both the Associated Press and the Financial Times and U.S. Representative Michael McCaul, then chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who said after a classified briefing, quote, "We know that Egypt had warned the Israelis 3 days prior that an event like this could happen." You mean Bibi lied through his teeth about something? Well, that just shatters my whole worldview, man. The ignored warning sign that I find to be perhaps the most ridiculous is the fact that Hamas did live dress rehearsals of the attack to include using explosives to blow through a replica of the border gate, knocking out concrete towers, disabling communications antennae, and navigating a fully built reconstruction of an Israeli town. And not only that, but they filmed themselves doing it and uploaded the video to their Telegram account, which was being monitored by the Israelis. I mean, come on, guys. Like, this is the part where I just lose the ability to believe that they didn't see this coming. To quote Bradley Bowman, a former U.S. officer, now senior director of the Center on Military and Political Power
Ray,
in Washington.
we have to blame Saeed, okay? He's the one that shared this link. I'm obligated by law to play it.
There clearly were warnings and indications that should have been picked up. Oh yeah, they had no shit, Sherlock. Or maybe they were picked up,
But no,
but they didn't.
it's a good video. But yeah, we have done a deep dive on October 7th for many times, many streams. Okay, I can't show Daily Show stuff because they'll copyright me. Key and Peele. I don't think I can show that either because it's Comedy Central. Unfortunately, I don't want to watch Kyle Kulinski because he disappointed me today.
We killed us because our existence depends on the absence of others.
That's just weird.
I'm a leftist. I oppose oppressive governments that harm and exploit their people. I'm a liberal, and I agree. That's why I think it's so weird that people are trying to rehabilitate the image of North Korea. Oh, is it possible you might be believing weird disinformation propaganda about North Korea that's created by our government and right-wing weirdos like the Heritage Foundation? You know, the Project 2025 people? What? No, I would never listen to anything the Project 2025 people or the United States government said about one of our political enemies. But we know North Korea is evil because we hear it all the time, like from people who used to live there, the defectors. Do those defectors happen to live in South Korea? Yeah? Why? Okay, yeah. Did you know it's actually illegal for anybody in South Korea to say something positive about the North? They have this thing called the National Security Act, and if you violate it and say something too nice, you're literally sentenced to prison. What? That can't be real. It's true. South Korea operates as a neo-colony of the United States, and the United States is still at war with North Korea. That's why in the TV show Squid Game, when a North Korean is asked if it was better up there, they just say nothing. That's like them saying yes. Okay, then why were teenagers executed for watching Squid Game in the North? That never happened. North Korea actually published a glowing review of Squid Game. It is, after all, a critique of capitalism in the South. Why wouldn't they like
exactly.
it? Well, why does this article say these teenagers were killed then? This is exactly what I'm talking about. This article cites Amnesty International, and the Amnesty International story only cites anonymous sources. And the anonymous source, who apparently said that they overheard that this might have happened, also claimed that they moved out of North Korea years before Squid Game was even released. And out of the sources actually cited in the Amnesty International article, one is Radio Free Asia, which was literally created by the CIA in the 1950s and is now officially part of the USAGM, which is the United States congressionally funded propaganda network. Whoa, okay, but not everything bad I hear about North Korea comes from Radio Free Asia. Look at this place, 38 North. Yeah, that was created by the Stimson Center, who's funded by the State Department. Well, what about Daily NK? Funded almost entirely by the National Endowment for Democracy, an NGO started by the CIA in the 80s that receives all of its funding from Congress. Okay, well, what about NK News? Yeah, their parent company, NK Consulting, operates out of Delaware and is funded heavily by the Defense Department. Okay, fine, but what about this UN report? Look at the sources on that report. They're citing Radio Free Asia, 38 North, NK News, and Daily NK. Now ask yourself, do you think we are smarter than the UN? Probably not. They know that they are citing American government propaganda sources. They just don't care. And the reason is that the UN is not innocent in this whole Korea situation. They acted as an aggressor against the Korean people as well. Okay, well, what about all the defectors? Are they lying too? The ones you hear from are usually affiliated directly with these orgs. Lots of them say that getting a National Endowment for Democracy grant is like getting a living allowance. And most of them got their start on this reality TV show in South Korea called Now on My Way to See You that says you don't even have to tell your real story, they will just hand you a script. And from there, these fake stories they tell get picked up in the West and turned into things like book deals. But those book deals end up falling apart under scrutiny. That's why so many people, like the Camp 14 guy, had to basically redact his entire story. He was caught by other people from North Korea making things up. Okay, wait, so you're telling me that lady Yeonmi Park is lying? Yep, and she's a great example of what I'm talking about with
kitty
this whole
boy.
right-wing Donald Trump Heritage Foundation thing. Like, she's affiliated
Playing a sonata for us. Did you hear that?
with Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk org, and she contradicts herself all the time. Okay, but what about the guy on TikTok, Charles North Korea? Affiliated with Liberty in North Korea, the group that is a partner of the National Endowment for Democracy. And that guy's also wanted in conjunction with a terrorist attack against a North Korean embassy in Spain. Okay, if
I have information overload. She did a great job, but it's just like it's hurting my brain. Don't judge me. Israel's secret base. Is this the one in Iraq? Apparently they have a base in Iraq, I just learned
חת
about.
מאולתר, מסוקים, כלי רכב והכל בלב המדבר בתוך אגם יבש. על פניו עוד תמונת לוויין שלא מראה הרבה, אבל זה כנראה אחד מהסיפורים המדהימים ביותר שנחשפו מהמלחמה מול איראן. על פי הדיווח, המערכה הישראלית לא הייתה רק תקיפות בעומק טהרן ומטוסי קרב שעושים את הדרך אלפי קילומטרים, אלא כללה גם בסיס ישראלי קדמי על אדמת עיראק, לא פחות.
إسرائيل أنشأت موقعا عسكريا سريا في الصحراء العراقية لدعم حملتها الجوية ضد إيران.
לפי הדיווח בוול סטריט ג'ורנל, זמן קצר לפני תחילת המלחמה הקימה ישראל מוצב...
Jesus. Israel established a secret military outpost in the heart of the Iraqi desert, a forward base intended to support the aerial campaign against Iran, and satellite images published today besides the helicopters and vehicles. A temporary aircraft runway can also be seen at the site, more than 1.5 kilometers long. It's close to the Saudi border, so I assume that with the Saudis and the Saudi intelligence, which has maintained extensive ties with Israel for many years already. The distance from Israel to Iran is the distance between Saeed's balls to his butthole. No, just kidding, Saeed. I'm just joking. The distance from Israel to Iran is one of the Israeli Air Force's greatest operational challenges. Every strike requires complex planning, flight routes, refueling, intelligence, continuous communication, and above all, a rescue plan in case something goes wrong, which inevitably it does. They prepare for the most extreme scenario, and if an Israeli aircraft goes down, there was a need to rescue the pilot, and this base was established for that purpose. Oh, thank God, with American taxpayer money, but apparently serves additional purposes as well. Where are the planes flying? To Tehran. To Tehran we go. Where are the planes flying? They are flying there. This secret, according to their report, was almost exposed already at the beginning of the war. Saudi Arabia. And Iraqi forces, blah, blah, blah. Time we declared to the Iraqi people, we will not accept any military force that harms Iraq, its interest, and its security. Yeah, okay. Then, according to the claim, comes the most sensitive moment. The Iraqi force approaches the secret facility in Israel, according to the report, strikes from the air to prevent its exposure. Damn, they're fucking parasites, dude. It's like a parasite that attaches to the host, and you know, you don't even know they're in there. I'm sorry about that. You're right, Saeed. I should not have. That was wrong of me. I'm gonna swing 4 chickens tonight and offer up a prayer to Baal and eat some pizza and cream cheese about it, and hopefully I will be absolved of my sins. What is surprising is that we knew Israel came and established a military base. Fine, but this base requires electricity, water, food supplies, places to stay. Yeah, that will be all at your expense, Iraq. These are parasites we're talking about. If so, it seems they have already been preparing for war for quite a long period. In Israel, they are not responding to the report, but it connects to remarks made about 2 months ago by outgoing Air Force Commander Tomer Bar in a letter to the pilots. These days, fighters from special Air Force units are carrying out missions that can ignite the imagination. Oh, they love their imagination. It's one thing the Israelis love, it's using their imagination for the purposes of sadism and conjuring up lies and fantasies. The U.S. Army has taken over Eilat.
Oh my God, what these
fucking Israelis talk about. Overdubbing with the Israelis. No, thank you. No, thank you, sir. We've never seen anything like this before. Hundreds of Israelis, in a surprising message in recent days, your vacation in Eilat has been canceled for security reasons. They did what? They canceled brunch? What are they going to do for their summer vacation? Are they going to have to go back to Miami? The reason the United States Army rented one of the largest hotels in Eilat from next week until the month of November. Israelis who had already booked rooms at the hotel were let known that their vacations were canceled. They shut it down. Shapiro Steen said, shut it down. Producer Berg said, shut it down. Oh no, they canceled the poor Israeli hotel stay. I had to call again and search for another vacation all over again. Oh no. We were really hurt by this. And my children were hurt by it too. They canceled my hotel reservation. This is a hate crime against the Jews. This is like another hologram. They're hula hooping us all over again. Oh my God, the atrocity. I love how she used her children as human shields there. She's like, my poor kids, they cannot go swimming in occupied territory. This is how the call we made today to the hotel's reservation center sound. Oh, let's listen to this atrocity.
שלום.
אני רוצה בבקשה להזמין
שלום.
חופשה במלון.
סגור.
מה זאת אומרת?
What? What do you mean? The hotel is closed? But why is the hotel closed?
הוא סגור כרגע.
למה? מה קרה?
צריכים דברים.
למה מה קרה? I could make a good Israeli. למה מה קרה?
צרכים צבאיים?
כרגע, כן.
וואו.
תצא הודעה לקהל.
וואו. יו. וואו.
לרחב, כן.
מה זאת אומרת, צרכים צבאיים שלנו?
לא, אני לא יודע בדיוק שלנו, של... צרכים צבאיים, אבל כרגע.
Yeah, because your whole fucking country is just one big military base anyway.
מה זאת אומרת שלנו, של האמריקאים?
אני כרגע לא יודע, אני...
The Americאים.
אני פרטים עוד.
אז אי אפשר להזמין חופשה במלון.
אי אפשר להזמין חופשה במלון.
הבנתי. עד מתי?
רגע לא ידוע, אני בדיוק כמוך.
לישראלים שהחופשה שלהם בוטלה הציעה רשת מלון חלופי, החזר כספי או שינוי תאריך, גורם...
Oh, and of course they want the refund. This is just, out of all the information we're taking in today on a daily basis, all of the videos we've seen, this is by far the worst. Can't believe what they're doing to the Israelis. That's their promised land, and they can't even vacation on it. They can't even go and book a hotel at a beach. This is their reality, folks. Won't someone please think of the Jews?
That has infiltrated many churches. They tell you that you have to support the religion of Judaism, that Judaism is God's chosen people. Let me tell you something. God is not a racist. God does not respect...
No, he's not a racist, but he is a real estate agent.
A religion that says that Jesus is burning in excrement. The Bible says that they are the synagogue of Satan. That's red letter. Jesus said it's blasphemy that they call themselves Jews and they don't believe in the Christ. He said that a real Jew is one that's circumcised in the heart. You have to understand, supporting a false religion that's looking for a false Christ, that wants to build a false temple, is the most anti-Christian thing you can do. Zionism is 100% satanic, and they use a satanic star. The Bible actually calls it the star of the devil. Moloch, Remphan, Chian. These are references to a pagan god they threw their children into the fire to, and today American Christian churches are saying, send our dollars, our bombs, and our children to Israel to die for this satanic religion. It's ungodly and it is antichrist. Christians need to wake up.
Okay, well, I just got a message from my parole officer.
Zionism
it appears
is
that I've outdone my welcome. I've outstayed my welcome, so I'm going to have to end the stream at this point. I know, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, don't all get up at once in outrage. But thank you so much. We did it. We almost did 5 hours. That's more than what I usually do. So I hope you enjoyed the time that we shared. Shabbat Shalom. I appreciate all of your support. Thanks so much. Yeah, my handler, it's a long story, but I have to do what my handler tells me to do or else I'm in trouble, okay? But don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow. Absolutely nothing can stop me.
FBI, open up!
Fuck, okay, or sometimes the FBI. I gotta go. I'm so sorry. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you, Thugbone. Thanks, everybody. I gotta get this.